Hello, hello. Okay, now it's working. Let me just test it out. It's always something. It's always something. Hello, hello. Okay, now it's working. Let me just test it out. Sounds like a buzz. Always something. It's always something. Sounds kind of like it's buzzing, don't you think? I don't know. I feel like you can hear the fan. You can hear the fan on my computer. Piece of shit computer. I gotta get that thing fixed. Maybe I'll bring the mic a little closer to me, but I think you can hear my fan. I don't know. If it's bothering you, let me know, but I'm gonna play the piano music, so hopefully that kind of covers it up. I did have a really good audio setting so that it kind of muted out, what is it called, canceled. It was like canceling any outside like fan or like various things, but then it created a problem when I would play the backgrounds like piano music, because it was trying to like cancel the background piano music out. I was like, no, I want the piano music, but just cancel out fans, noise outside, anything like that. So I don't know. Okay, cool. There's a loud buzz. Something's buzzing. Oh, God, yeah. If it's really loud and annoying, let me know. I'll try to like deal with it a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe I gotta play with the settings. It's always something, man. It's always fucking something. Noise gate. Let's do noise gate. Let's see if noise gate does something. Close threshold. I don't know what these things mean. I'm gonna like maybe close the threshold a little bit. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna test it out. Is me? I'm gonna like maybe close the threshold a little bit. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna test it out. Is me? I'm gonna like maybe close the thread. I don't know. Noise gate. Hashtag noise gate. That's right. I don't know. I'll try to figure out the audio a little bit better. If it really bothers you, let me know. I'll put on the piano music right now. Maybe that'll be better. Maybe it'll cancel out that fan noise. Piece of shit fan noise. Oh, maybe if I close out some programs. Let's do that. Quit. Get out of here. It's always something. I thought I prepared everything for you guys, and the next thing you know, it sounds like the input volume is too high. Well, then which way does it go? Left or right? My God. Oh, God. I'll just turn that down. Sounds better? Okay. Thanks, guys. It's always something, you know, like, I had everything prepared for today, and I was like, okay, I got the Streamlabs sorted, because usually I get on stream, then I'm like, oh shit, I didn't do the Streamlabs thing, and it's like, I got my Streamlabs thing all sorted. And then I, like, got all my graphics sorted. I was like, okay, everything's looking good, and then as soon as I get on live, it's like, where's this buzzing coming from? I've done the audio the same way I'm always doing the audio, and suddenly there's a buzzing. Ridiculous. Well, anyway, welcome. Whew. Gotta get calmed down now, so I'm trying to drink my coffee so that I can be amped for you guys, because I know that I'm like low energy. I'm like really kind of like boring and nerdy. When I was a child, I was really, really quiet, actually. I was so quiet, my mother never knew I was even right behind her. I'm always like, I'm right here. Where's Tina? Where's Tina? Here, right here. Like, just here. I don't know. Why are you freaking out? So, I don't know. I gotta like amp up my energy with coffee. So I'll say hi to everybody. I'm glad to have you guys here. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. Hi Jay. Hi Jay. Second Jay. Jay DeMole. Jay DeMole. Cool name. Yeah, so we have Hi Queen, Bodacia, Radiant. She says, when do we get to do films again? Impressionist art is not my particular favorite. Yeah, well, we go painting and stuff, but we started with cave paintings, and we went all the way through up. I love the Byzantine stuff. We did that, and the Greek and Roman stuff. That was fantastic. And now we are at Impressionist, and there's always something interesting to learn with each subject, even like the subject on Islamic art. Not my particular favorite, but like there's always something interesting to learn. So I appreciate going through all of that stuff, and I know you really like our film nights. The film nights are actually really popular. I have to figure out exactly how to do it. Maybe someone that's a little bit better with tech can help me figure out exactly how to do film nights. Let's see if Odyssey or Rumble will be a little bit better than it. But I've tried DLive. YouTube, it's just not going to work. Unfortunately, I don't know why. A few years ago, we started out with the Halloween stream movie night, and it was great success. A lot of viewers. The chat was fantastic. The movies were really fun. I dressed up. I had all these commercials. Like, everything was so much fun. And no copyright issues. I always pick some public domain film that has no copyright issues, and it should be fine. But for some reason, streaming movies, even if it's public domain, like YouTube freaks out, and I've been having a hard time the last few times I've been doing movie streams, and then it ends up like stopping me from streaming for a while, because like once you get the copyright shit, it just like messes with your flow and stops you from being able to stream for however many days, and it's just really annoying. So I don't know, maybe we can try Odyssey and Rumble, see how that works out, as long as we all like are aware of it. Maybe I can start out on a YouTube stream and say, hey, we're gonna go over and do a movie night stream, do a little intro like this bullshit where I chit chat with you guys, and then we can all like link over and go over there together. So yeah, maybe we can do that kind of thing. I know a lot of people miss it. I'll consider that. You know what? Let me write it down in my book. This is what we're gonna do. Let's do movie night streams. That's something I didn't put in my Patreon, what is it called? Poll today. I had a poll on my Patreon today to see what kind of content my patrons actually wanted to have me do. Movie night streams. And I'm gonna put Rumble and Odyssey down just so that I can have those notes of a way of doing it. That would be great. So anyway, outside of that, let's get to it. Today, yeah, like I said, is Impressionism. It's always something interesting, even if you don't particularly think it's a fun time period. Think it's a fun time period or art. And it is when the right wing, particularly, I mean, you don't have to be right wing to not like it, but it is, I think, particularly when the right starts to go, not into it, right? And this is going right into what we spoke about last time, because we finally got into where photography made its debut in art history. And like I said, as soon as like photography kind of comes around, that is when art starts to get really weird, because in the past, art and artists were used to take portraits, to depict what was going on in the world at the time, to be historians of sorts. Art and history go hand in hand. They were documenting what was going on, whether it's wars or any sort of propaganda for politics or whatever, taking portraitures, things like that. And then when photography came around, it was like, well, what's the point in the artist? It takes too long and it's not as accurate. It's not a depiction. Photography is like an actual printing of like your image instead of just like a depiction of your image, and it takes so long and expensive, so well, what's the point? So that's when Impressionism kind of comes around and starts just doing really weird things. And that is actually also the start in the late 1800s is when modern art takes place, it begins. And that is something that the right kind of get confused a lot too. They always call contemporary art modern art. Oh, I hate modern art. I hate modern art. Which it's true. They probably do hate modern art. And that's, the start of it is Impressionism. But it actually started in the late 1800s and stopped in I don't know, what was it, 1960s maybe is when modern, I don't know. Then it became contemporary. And contemporary is particularly really bad. I don't know. I'm really not a fan of contemporary art. I do know a few famous contemporary artists in New York City who are alive today and do their thing. They're going to be in these history books. And they do some really interesting things. But yeah, for the most part, kind of, art is really getting, I don't know, disappointing at times. But yeah. Okay, she said she's ready to look at impressionistic art. Okay, let's do it. Oh, shoot. How come the Streamlabs donation things isn't working? I checked it earlier today, and I was like, okay, it works. I don't understand why it doesn't show up when I'm live on stream. But let's see. Let's do these Streamlabs real quick. There we go. Fox Mulder, $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Really great to see you. Always really swell to have you around. Thank you, Fox Mulder. Really kind of you. So let's go back up here. Well, before we head off to Impressionism, yes, I do like to kind of recap what we did last time so we can get right into it. I did say with the photography, but the last chapter was Europe and America, 1800 to 1870, and it started out with the Napoleonic art and Romanticism. How fun. As Emperor of France from 1804 to 1815, Napoleon embraced the neoclassical style in order to associate his regime with the empire of ancient Rome. I mean, that's always a good thing, is when these rulers want to have an association to some other fantastic time period, and using the art and architecture of that time period as a way to kind of get into the psyche of that vibe and get the masses to kind of view you in that light. The interesting way of doing that, Napoleon chose Jacques-Louis David, I'm going to say it like that, David, as first painter of the empire. Napoleon's favorite sculptor was Antonio Canova, who carved marble neoclassical portraits of the imperial family, including a reclining image of Napoleon's sister, Pauline Borghese, how do you say their name? Borghese, in the guise of Venus. So, yeah, here we go. Portraying her, Napoleon's sister, lounging about topless, 1808. Portraying her as Venus, who's always topless as well. Just thinking about that, I may just go ahead and do every piece of nude artwork and represent that as myself at some point. Maybe I'll do a whole thing of art history, Venuses. The roots of Romanticism are in the 18th century, but usually the term more narrowly denotes the artistic movement that flourished from 1800 to 1840 between neoclassicism and realism. Romantic painters gave precedence to feeling and imagination over Enlightenment reason, and explored the exotic, erotic, and fantastic in their art. Oh, yeah, that's really fun. I think, what was it? We have one of the prints in this place. I forget what it was, but yeah. We went over that already. The leading romantic painter in Spain... Goya, that's the one. Okay. The leading romantic painter in Spain was Francisco Goya, whose work include the Capricos, a series celebrating the unleashing of imagination, emotions, and even nightmares. In France, Eugene Delacroix led the way in depicting romantic narratives set in faraway places and distant times. He set his colorful Death of Sardanapalus in ancient Assyria, which is this one right here. If you remember that one. Oh, this is not really showing you very well on the screen. Oh well. Then we have realism. Realism developed as an artistic movement in mid-19th century France. Its leading proponent was Gustave Courbet, whose paintings of menial labor and ordinary people exemplify his belief that painters should depict only their own time and place. So they went from the romanticism of being fantastical, magical, dreams and nightmares and erotic and exotic and all sorts of stuff to then realism. That's the thing with fashion and stuff too. It's always like back and forth. It like it bobs or oscillates. What is it? The pendulum is going back and forth all the time. So I went from that fantastical. Same thing with the like Rococo and all that stuff to then becoming like super plain with the Caravaggio and things like that. Just wanting like the like kind of hyper realist with their biblical stories instead of the like ornate. Anyway, so realism developed with Gustave Courbet's paintings, exemplifies belief that painters should depict only their own time and place. Dumier boldly confronted authority with his satirical lithographs commenting on the plight of the urban working classes. Manet shocked the public with his paintings featuring promiscuous women and rendered in rough brushstrokes, which emphasize the flatness of the painting surface, paving the way for modern abstract art. Okay, so I do not remember getting into Manet, but I was going to say when this got brought up that speaking of Impressionism, I have always had the belief, I was taught that Manet, not Monet, but Manet, is the father of Impressionism. So, he's apparently in the realism section here, but they did also say what I have always believed was that he paved the way for modern abstract art because he did a lot of kind of like outlining. Like in painting, you never really like outline things. You use shading and stuff like that to kind of make it come to life. But he did the harsh outlines, which is a characteristic trait of Impressionism. And Manet is considered the grandfather of Impressionism. So yeah. Let me just check on you guys real quick. Mayonnaise. Manet. Mayonnaise. Manet. Goya is a great one. The Pendulum of Culture. That's right. Technically, it was 1804 to 1814. Oh, are we talking about Napoleon? Yeah, he was deposed in 1814, but Tsar Alexander allowed him to keep the title Emperor of the French. Cool. Really cool. Yeah, thanks for that. See, this is why I love you guys in the chat. You always have some interesting things and tidbits that I love to have this discussion with you guys because they kind of really just glossed. It's such a big, thick book. It's Art Through the Ages. If you know art history books, hey Wonder Girl, nice to see you. The books are like huge, but like for all that material in it, like they've really got to kind of rush through each section. So it's crazy. Okay, so we have American realists include Winslow Homer and Thomas Eakins. The Gross Clinic. A painting of a surgery in progress was too brutally realistic for the Philadelphia art jury that rejected it. Wow, okay. Okay, yeah, here we have some realism here with the workers. Yeah, getting into work, just... Then the last video we did was on architecture and photography. Territorial expansion, the romantic interest in exotic locales and earlier eras, and nationalistic pride led to the revival of the 19th century of older architectural styles, especially the Gothic. By the middle of the century, many architects had already abandoned sentimental and romantic designs from the past in favor of exploring the possibilities of cast iron construction, as in Joseph Paxton's Crystal Palace in London. So yeah, we went to London to see how they did appreciate the old Gothic style and periods of the past. With Parliament. Parliament is really neo-Gothic. Like, it is pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but, like, really cool. And then they also wanted to abandon all the old style to kind of get into the new stuff with the Crystal Palace, which is pretty cool, too. It's like a giant palace greenhouse. So, wild. Then it burnt down, and that was the whole thing. We have videos of it. Then photography was invented. In 1839, L.J.M. Daguerre in Paris and W.H.F. Talbot in London invented the first practical photographic process. Many of the earlier photographers specialized in portrait photography, but others, including Timothy Sullivan in the United States, quickly realized the documentary power of the new medium. Ah, the War of the Roses. Yeah, well, maybe Jack can talk about it sometime. Don't know. I don't know how it goes. Lancashire Rose, this and that, whatever. Alright, so now let's get into the new chapter. Europe and America, 1870 to 1900. During the latter half of the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution in England spread to France. We got a map here. Let's look at this map real quick. Can you see that? We got France. Where's England? Oh, we're just looking at France right now. Okay, cool. During the latter half of the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution in England spread to France and throughout Europe and to the United States. Because of this dramatic expansion, historians often refer to the third quarter of the 19th century as the Second Industrial Revolution, whereas the First Industrial Revolution centered on textiles, steam, and iron, the second focused on steel, electricity, chemicals, and oil. Discoveries in these fields provided the fountain for development in plastics, machinery, building construction, and automobile manufacturing, and paved the way for invention of the radio, electric light, telephone, and electric steel car. Steel car, electric street car. That's right, we had electric cars in like 1900s. Among the significant consequences of industrialization was urbanization. Just think of like that phrase just made me think very like Ted Kaczynski right there. The number and size of Western cities grew dramatically during the latter part of the 19th century, largely due to migration from rural regions. I mean, we all remember this part of the Industrial Revolution in history. You guys remember history? This is why like, art and history just go hand in hand. Like, it's crazy. Rural dwellers relocated to urban centers because expanded agriculture enterprises squeezed smaller property owners from the land. The widely available work opportunities in the cities, especially in factories, were also a major factor in this migration. In addition, improving health and living conditions in the cities contributed to their explosive growth. The rise of the urban working class was fundamental to the ideas of the German political and social theorist Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, whose Communist Manifesto, 1848, written with Friedrich Engels, 1820 to 1895, called for workers to overthrow the capitalist system. Like other 19th century empiricists, Marx believed that scientific, Rational laws governed nature and, indeed, all human history. For Marx, economic forces based on class struggle induced historical change. Throughout history, insisted Marx, those who controlled the means of production conflicted with those labor they exploited for their own enrichment. Sorry, let me read that again. Throughout history, Marx, those who controlled the means of production conflicted with those whose labor they exploited for their own enrichment. Marxism's ultimate goal, Marxism's, what a weird fucking word to say. The X's and the S's and the M's. Marxism's ultimate goal was to create a socialist state in which the working class seized power. I don't really think. I don't think that's a good idea either. And I mean, like, I get the idea and why they thought it was a good idea, but motherfuckers are stupid. Sometimes they shouldn't be seizing the power. Anyway, so the goal was to create a socialist state in which the working class seized power. Marxism attracted a wide following and was instrumental in the rise of trade unions. Equally influential was the English naturalist Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, whose theory of natural selection did much to increase interest in science. Darwin's concept of evolution based on a competitive system in which only the fittest survive, as presented on The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, 1859, sharply contrasted with the biblical narrative of creation. I don't know. I don't see this fight with creationism and evolution as much as people in history have made it out to be. I think they can kind of go hand in hand a little bit. I don't think Darwin was fully right about things, but I think that, obviously things do evolve in a certain way, and there's a balance of them, I think. Snowball says, quit seizing the power. You wouldn't know what to do with it if you had it. That's true. Locke, Revenant. They didn't want to end exploitation. They wanted to be the ones who benefited from exploitation. True. Hi, BMT Lines. Nice to see you. Really nice to see you. Oh, looks like there's another... let me do this. Whoa, where did that come from? That's... You said, hi, Martina. Glad to see the art streams again. Thank you. Nice to see you. Maybe I should turn up the volume. That's what I should do. Thank you, BMT Line. So nice to see you. Appreciate that you guys like the art streams. I really got to get it going a little bit more. It's fun. I have no idea what that other GIF was outside of me laughing as a nurse. I don't know why. What's his face? That fat actor was bizarre. I don't know if one of you guys did that, but don't know how that works. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about Karl Marx, Communist Manifesto, Charles Darwin, Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, and how it sharply contrasted with the biblical narrative of creation. By challenging traditional Christian beliefs, Darwinism contributed to a growing secular attitude. Other theorists and social thinkers, notably British philosopher Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, applied Darwin's principles to the rapidly changing socio-economic realm. As in the biological world, they asserted intense competition led to the survival of the most economically fit companies, enterprises, and countries. I mean, yeah. that makes sense. But this is also kind of where we're at today, of like trying to constantly elevate everybody up. I don't know, America first, right? Like, why are we helping other countries? Do we help other countries? Are we all equal? Or all these like country, you know? I mean, some of us are very fit to survive, and you know, are the most economically fit companies, enterprises, and countries. These social Darwinists provided Western leaders with justification for the colonization. Sorry, I hate saying that word. There's colonialism and colonization of peoples and cultures they deemed less advanced. By 1900, the major Western economic and political powers had divided up much of the world. Well, I mean, you know, oh God. Herbert Spencer, so it's his fault. Modernism. Very interesting that we're at this point now with modernism. The combination of extensive technological changes and increased exposure to other cultures, coupled with the rapidity of these changes, led to the acute sense in Western cultures of the world's impermanence. These societal changes, in turn, fostered a new, multifaceted artistic approach that historians call modernism. Modernist artists seek to capture the images and sensibilities of their age, but modernism transcends the simple present to involve the artist's critical examination or reflection on the premises of art itself. Modernism thus implies certain concerns about art and sorry. Let's read this again, because it's really interesting actually, because yeah, like for the most part, art has always been like, and I'm gonna say like conservative, not necessarily like political, because like it depended on who the leaders were, what their agenda was. Like art was always used for things, whether it was the Catholic Church that was using it for something, or Napoleon, or you know, any emperor in history or whatever, or whatever, Pope, anything. It was always used kind of for whatever agenda, but in a sense it was always like really respected as like a tradition, something really well studied, something that was like pretty like, I don't want to say plain or flat in a bad way, but it was just like really direct. Like it was what it was. It was very like I said before, photography, part of just like documenting history, influencing the masses, like doing things. It wasn't so much of like, let's reflect and like think about our art and the purpose of it and the aesthetics of it and what it means to us. So this is what I feel like is modern, part of the modernism with the art, and what they're trying to say here. So modernist artists seek to capture the images and sensibilities of their age, but modernism transcends the simple present. So that's the thing, like, yeah, the other time periods it's like representing the present or the past, but trying to do something in the present, but it surpasses like that idea. It transcends the simple present to involve the artist's critical examination of or reflection on the premises of art itself. Modernism thus implies certain concerns about art and aesthetics that are internal to art production, regardless of whether the artist is producing scenes from contemporary social life. Interesting. Clement Greenberg, 1909 to 1994. Damn, 1994. An influential American art critic explained modernism this way. The essence of modernism lies in the use of the characteristic methods of a discipline to criticize the discipline itself. So it sounds to me like critical theory. It's the critical theory of art. That's what modernism is. It's the critical theory of art. Frankfurt School of Art. The essence of modernism lies in the use of the characteristic methods of a discipline to criticize the discipline itself. Realistic, illusionist art had dissembled the medium, using art to conceal art. Modernism used art to call attention to art. The limitations that constitute the medium of painting, the flat surface, the shape of the support, the properties of pigment, were treated by the old masters as negative factors that could be acknowledged only implicitly or indirectly. Modernist painting has become to regard these same limitations as positive factors that are to be acknowledged openly. So, yeah, that's interesting. I think, like, that's why they kind of really glopped on that paint with Impressionism and kind of slapped it up and really used the texture of the paint itself and the pigment itself, rather than kind of like Da Vinci used, or what, any of them, even Caravaggio, all of them, they used pigment as just like a means, and they tried to really blend and blend and blend and blend, so you're not really looking at pigment, you're trying to see through it as like a thing, and you're only using the pigment as like an object to create, that you kind of are looking through it like a screen almost. And I guess modernists are trying to use that limitation of it being like a pigment, some paint, and being like, aha, let's look at the paint and the pigment and acknowledge it as paint and pigment, not pretend that we're looking through it. The work of Gustave Courbet and the realists, see the previous chapter, already expressed this modernist viewpoint, but modernism emerged even more forcefully in the late 19th century movements that art historians call Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of said that about Monet as well, that it definitely the grandfather of Impressionism and things. The roots of it took place earlier, but it didn't really go full force until now. So, Impressionism. Impressionism, both in content and in style, was an art of industrialized, urbanized Paris, a reaction to the sometimes brutal and chaotic transformation of French life that occurred during the latter half of the 19th century. The rapidity of these changes made the world seem unstable and insubstantial. Sorry. They like separate the words in the like things, and I have to be like, what word are they saying? The rapidity of these changes made the world seem unstable and insubstantial. As the poet and critic Charles Baudelaire, 1821 to 1867, observed in 1860 in his essay, The Painter of Modern Life, modernity is the transitory, the fugitive, the contingent. Accordingly, Impressionist work represents an attempt to capture a fleeting moment, not in the absolute fixed, precise sense of a realist painting, but by conveying the elusiveness and impermanence of images and conditions. Yeah, so the realists were like depicting something, a moment in time, right then and there, that they're trying to, it's really specific. But when we look at these modernist paintings, it's basically just like the idea of. It's not so much the exact people or action that these people are having, but like the general kind of idea of what's going on, the impermanence of the images and conditions. So then we get to Monet, Claude Monet. Let me get the picture up for you guys. One second. Okay. This is not it. Let me see what it is. 13.2. Let me see. 13.2. This one. There we go. Just gonna zoom in. Zoom in a little bit. A hostile critic applied the label Impressionism in response to the painting Impression, Sunrise, by Claude Monet, 1840 to 1926, exhibited in the first Impressionist show in 1874. See academic. Oh, okay. No. Don't mind me. I'm just like reading things. Although the critic intended the label to be derogatory, by the third Impressionist show in 1878, the artists had embraced it and were calling themselves Impressionists. Artists and critics had used the term before, but only in relation to sketches. Impressionist paintings do incorporate the qualities of sketches: abbreviation, speed, and spontaneity. This is apparent in Impression, Sunrise, in which Monet made no attempt to disguise the brushstrokes or blend the pigment to create smooth tonal gradations and an optically accurate scene. Although this painting is not technically a sketch, it is a sketchy quality. Monet's concern with acknowledging the paint and the canvas surface continued the modernist exploration the realists began. Impressionism operated at the intersection of what the artist saw and what they felt. In other words, the impressions these artists recorded in their paintings were neither purely objective descriptions of the exterior world nor solely subjective responses, but the interactions between the two. They were sensations, the artist's subject and personal responses to nature. It's just weird. I have this piano music and it's supposed to be like an hour and a half long, but at some point it stops. So interesting. I guess I just have to keep replaying it after a while. Yeah, I think that's just what we were talking about with Impressionism, that it's like a feeling. It's not like this exact. I like that idea of it being like a sketchiness, hence Impressionism. And I love that it was like a derogatory term that they kind of embraced. I'm all about that. We're all like deplorables and shit. Yeah, BMT lines, it's definitely what I think. I've been saying it a little bit. I'm not sure if you were here, but yeah, the last chapter is when photography was introduced. So I think that is like the big moment where it didn't have to be like the portraiture and documenting real things in art anymore through painting. They had a shift, and it was kind of like, well, what's the point of art and painting now that we have photography? And that's why Impressionism kind of took over. It just completely shifted the way that art kind of was made. It's crazy. So this painting that we're looking at, as they said, is Claude Monet Impression, Sunrise, 1872. It's oil on canvas, 1 foot 7.5 inches by 2 feet 1.5 inch, and it's at a museum in Paris. A hostile critic disparagingly labeled Monet's style Impressionism because of this painting's sketchy quality and prominent brushstrokes. Monet and his circle, however, embraced the label for their movement. I like it. I mean, I like the sketchiness of some of these paintings. I think it's really cool. For both artists and art historians, modernist art stands in marked contrast, indeed in forceful opposition to academic art. That is, to the art promoted by established art schools such as the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture in France, founded in 1648, and the Royal Academy of Arts in Britain, founded 1768. Yeah, and I think that's what I was saying before too, but yeah, it has to do with the art schools as well. But it before was, and I don't mean conservative politically, but it was really like astute. It was a really rigorous study, and the way that art was it was considered like masonry. It was really highly respected, and Not that Impressionism wasn't, but it kind of wasn't. It kind of got turned into that. This is where art turned into the hippy dippy. We're just going to express ourselves, and we don't give a shit what the art schools say or think. But it's funny because the art schools kind of turned into like embracing this shit more now. These government subsidized academies, which supported a limited range of artistic expression, focused on traditional subjects and highly polished technique, held annual exhibitions called salons in France. And I think this is what they're going to get into. They're going to get into the Salon de Refus. And I'll tell you a little story. When I was in Paris working for Rebel, and I was so busy, there was the Notre Dame cathedral that burnt down. There was all sorts of stuff going on. The Gilets jaunes, like riots and things. Paris was literally on fire. And had all these things to do and report on, but I remember being extremely exhausted in the cab going back to the hotel after getting no sleep, running around reporting on all this. And I just see going past this sign that says Salon de Refus, and I remember going, oh, I'm in Paris. I wish I could go to some art galleries. I never got to go to any art galleries. If that could be my thing now, is reporting on arts and culture, that would be really, really cool instead of stupid politics stuff. But yeah, and Salon de Refus, I think we'll get into it maybe in this one I'm going to read right now, but that's pretty much where they rejected refuse, like literally garbage, where they had their own salon, their own exhibition of these rejected art from art school stuff, and they said, fuck you, we are the Salon de Refus, we are doing the badass band art. So this is the thing, art was like, this is why it was so like kind of punk rock, where it was just like, and I appreciate how art used to be in these schools, where it was, what did they say, polished technique. I think that's fantastic. What is it, traditional subjects, highly polished technique. It was highly, highly respected. Like, the art was not considered the way it is today, of like this like hippy dippy, like expressing myself, throwing shit on a canvas, or not even using a canvas. I don't know, whatever. It was like super respected as a skill, as a craft. There was, I mean, I don't know how else to say it other than highly respected skill and craft, but then it kind of became like, fuck you and your tradition, and we're gonna just kind of do this like rejects kind of thing and do our own thing. But then that became really popular, and I don't think we've really recovered from that concept, but I feel like that's what we should be doing again in our own way, where it's like, I'm kind of the reject nowadays, and I'm disgraced in the art world, and we should just like all kind of do our own thing and come together to make these resources where we can kind of flourish and have like a punk rock underground, fuck it, New York City salon. Let's go. Okay, let me get back to it. Where am I? So these government-subsidized academies, which supported a limited range of artistic expression, focused on traditional subjects and highly polished technique, held annual exhibitions called salons in France. Because of the changes modernist art represented to established artistic conventions, these juries for the salon and other official exhibitions often rejected the works more adventurous artists wished to display. As noted, Gustave Courbet's reaction to the rejection of some of these paintings in 1855 was to set up his own pavilion of realism. See Courbet on realism in the previous chapter. Growing dissatisfaction with the decision of the French Academy's jurors prompted Napoleon III, roughly 1852 to 1870, in 1863 to establish the Salon de Refus. There we go. Salon of the Rejected. This is what we have to do. Who's making a new Salon de Refus? Agatha's down. Jay's down. Hell yeah. The Salon de Refus in New York and Toronto. Let's do it. Anyway, so yeah, the Salon de Refuse, Salon of the Rejected, to show all of the works not accepted for exhibition in the regular salon. Manet's Le Déjeuner, I don't speak French, was among them. The public greeted it and the entire exhibition with derision. Derision. What does derision mean? Let's look up definitions, guys. Derision.
Derision.
Contemptuous ridicule or mockery. I mean, that's what's happening. That's what's gonna happen to me. Fuck it. Let's set up the Salon de Refuse and
derision.
We'll have all sorts of contemptuous ridicule or mockery. I'm down. BMT Lines is in. Okay. In 1867, after further rejections, Manet, following Courbet, mounted a private exhibition of 50 of his paintings outside the Paris World's Fair. 6 years later, Claude Monet and other Impressionists formed their own society and began mounting shows of their works in Paris. This is what we got to do, just make our own society. And just display our own shit. Come on, guys, let's do this. This decision gave the Impressionists much more freedom, for they did not have to contend with the Academy's authoritative and confining viewpoints, and thereafter they had exhibitions at 1 or 2 year intervals from 1874 until 1886. Another group of artists, unhappy with the Salon's conservative nature, adopted the same renegade approach. In 1884, these artists formed the Société des Artistes Indépendants, Society of Independent Artists, and held annual Salons des Indépendants. Sarrat, a Sunday on Le Grand Jeté. Is that how you say it? Jeté? Because jeté and dance is a jump. I'm not sure that's what that means. Anyway, that was one of the paintings in the Independent Salon in 1886. Oh my god, we can make our own petri dish of society, Jay. That's right. That's right. Hi, Stephen is here. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. As the art market expanded, venues for the exhibition of art increased. Art circles and societies sponsored private shows in which both amateurs and professionals participated. Dealers became more aggressive in promoting the artists they represented by mounting exhibitions in a variety of spaces, some fairly intimate and small, others large and grand. All of these proliferating opportunities for exhibition gave artists alternatives to the traditional constraints of the salon and provided fertile breeding ground for the development of radically new art forms and styles. Well, see, the thing is that made this successful is that there was like a whole thing about it where it actually became kind of cool to participate in, and there were patrons, there were various artists, there were people that were involved in the art world that really kind of supported this idea. And it just sucks because I feel like if we're talking politics here, the right doesn't really give too much about art, and it's just going to be like this big flop. No one gives a shit. But if it's something that, like, you know, had a bunch of E-celebs, then it would be like this cool thing that everybody want to be associated with. Anyway, I'll stop. Let's get back to the book. Oops, sorry. I'm trying here. Okay, there we go. In sharp contrast to traditional artists, Monet painted outdoors, which sharpened his focus on the roles light and color play in capturing an instantaneous representation of atmosphere and climate. Scientific studies of light and the invention of chemically synthesized pigments increased artists' sensitivity to the multiplicity of colors in nature and gave them new colors for their work. That's interesting. No, because I kind of see it. Yeah, like Impressionists art definitely had a little bit more like of the different palettes for sure than in the past. Interesting. After scrutinizing the effects of light and color on forms, the Impressionists concluded that local color, an object's true color in white light, becomes modified by the quality of the light shining on it, by reflections from other objects, and by the effects juxtaposed colors produce. Shadows do not appear gray or black as many earlier painters thought, but are composed of colors modified by reflections or other conditions. Using various colors and short, choppy brushstrokes, Monet was able to catch accurately the vibrating quality of light. The fact that Impressionist canvas surfaces look incomprehensible at close range, and their forms and objects appear only when the eye fuses the strokes at a certain distance, accounts for much of the early adverse criticism leveled at Monet and his fellow Impressionists. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. It's a bit blurry, and then it kind of comes to life towards the end. That's, yeah, Impressionism. So this is Monet's Saint-Lazare train station. Let me bring this up for you guys. Let me zoom in a little bit. I mean, I like it. I just love the way it looks. Look at it, how it looks on my page, like in the frame. It's cool. I like it. Look at the little guys there. This is an oil on canvas, 2 feet 5 3/4 inches by 3 feet 5 inches, and it's at Museum Orsay in Paris. Impressionist canvas surfaces look indecipherable at close range, but the eye fuses the brushstrokes at a distance. Monet's agitated application of paint attributes to the sense of energy and vitality at this urban scene. Sorry, let me just have some coffee real quick. And let me just see what you guys are saying. Hello, Jeffrey. Yeah, that's right. Photography was not accepted as a form of art in the beginning, yet perhaps did act as a catalyst, as I'm learning here tonight. Hello, Oliver. Hi, hi. Saint-Lazare, am I saying that right? I don't know. Most of the Impressionists depicted scenes in and around Paris, the heart of modern life in France. Monet's Saint-Lazare train station, this figure that you are looking at here, shows a dominant aspect of the contemporary urban scene. The expanding railway network had made travel more convenient. There we go. So this is kind of an example of what we talk about, industrialization. Trains. I love trains. I mean, I'm based in New York. My main mode of transportation is always trains. The expanding railway network had made travel more convenient, bringing throngs of people into Paris. In this painting, Monet captured the energy and vitality of Paris's modern transportation hub. The train, emerging from the steam and smoke it emits, rumbles into the station. In the background haze are the tall buildings that were becoming a major component of the Parisian landscape. Monet's agitated paint application contributes to the sense of energy and conveys the atmosphere of urban life. Yeah, man, I know that there's a lot of criticisms for Impressionism, but I like it. I think it's lovely. No, it's not as realist. It's not as detail oriented. It's not as what was the word that they used before with the traditional schools of the time? It's not like very vigorous training in application and doing all this stuff, but I just love the way the paintings can look. Let's do the whole zooming super in. Oop, that's not the right one. Let's zoom in all the way. It's not a really high resolution image, to be fair. I just screenshotted it from the book. Oh, look at the little guys. But yeah, and then we zoom out. And it's a train station in Paris. Cute. Before we move on, actually, I do have to go to the bathroom because I'm drinking coffee and I might get some more to keep that energy up. But I didn't want to just fly through these chapters because I'm honestly not doing that much. I want to just stay in Impressionism before we get to Post-Impressionism. And I didn't just want to stop at like these two Monets. I mean, I guess this one is really important. Oop, you can't see what I'm looking at. I didn't want to just stop at these two Monets, and this one is obviously really important from what we've learned because it kind of set the name for the period, Impressionism. And then there's this one of Monet as well, but we obviously know a lot of the other famous ones, water lilies and things like that. So I did look up. This is what I mean about doing some prep work before, and of course something always goes wrong. But as I mentioned, I was doing some prep work, and I have some websites and some additional material on some of these artists that I wanted to go over each one. And obviously Monet has a lot of other ones that we can look at, famous ones. And then there's Renoir and Degas. And Degas has some really cool ones with dance and ballet, and in particular ones at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and a sculpture that's super famous and really interesting. So I do have to go to the bathroom. We have commercials. We have all sorts of stuff to do tonight. Claude Monet. Here we go. Let me just switch gears here, hold on. There we go. I thought this was interesting. 10 facts you might not know about Claude Monet's water lilies. So, like I said, it's funny they don't have it in the art history book, but his water lilies are like what most people know of his works. And I mean, look how cute they are. It really is pretty, and from a distance it really does look realistic. I really don't mind the sloppy sketchiness of it up close. I think that's kind of cool. Really pretty. So let's get to it. Sorry. It says, Water Lilies is not the name of a single painting, but a name of series of works. During his lifetime, Claude Monet comes back to his subject matter several times and painted more than 250 water lily paintings. Aww. He likes his water lilies. 250 water lily paintings. Along with Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, water lilies are the most iconic images of Impressionism, which is why I find it interesting it wasn't in the art history book. 2. The first series of water lilies, a total of 25 canvases, was exhibited at the Galerie Durand Ruel in 1900. This was followed 9 years later by a second series of 48 canvases. These landscapes of water lilies and reflection have become an obsession, wrote Monet on August 11th, 1908. This is beyond the strength of an old man, and yet I want to express what I feel. I have destroyed some of the canvases. I begin once again. I hope something will come of all this effort. Can I do any of Monet's which feature actual models in them? Yeah, for sure. No, yeah, we can do all that. I think there was another. Yeah, let me look that up. That's interesting. Sure. Let me read this article and then I'll get into that. Sorry, I put like lipstick on and then it like softens my lips and then I like start chewing on like my chapped lips that are softened. And it's like this fixation. Three. In all of the water lilies paintings, Monet focuses on the surface of the water. He dispenses with any representation of the land or sky, only showing the reflection in water. These paintings are typical with These paintings are typical with willows present only as a reflection. Huh. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, really cool. The sky, with its white clouds, is reflected in the water, so the blue of the sky and the blue of the water are one. Only the presence of the water lilies helps the observer to understand that this is a reflection. Monet planted the water lilies before he painted them. Monet organized his property at Giverny as though it were a huge painting. They also did that in New York at Olana, in upstate New York. They're the Hudson River School of Art artists and stuff. We have a whole thing here, which is actually something really interesting I should do a series on as well. I would love to do some IRL videos and take you to some museums or some of the locations that I'm from that have some historical paintings associated to it. That'd be really awesome. Actually, I'm going to write that down. Cool. Thanks to a small army of gardeners, he diverted a river, planted water lilies, exotic flowers, weeping willows, I love weeping willows, bamboo trees, and willows. He seeded the pond and added enclosures with white chickens, ducks, and pheasants. Nature, recomposed by the artist, began to resemble his art. My finest masterpiece, he later said, is my garden. I love that. I love that. Hello, George. Welcome, welcome. I love that. When Monet came back to his water lily paintings in 1914, following the death of his beloved wife, Alice, in 1911, he made some radical changes in his approach, namely in the scale of the canvases. They were monumental in scale, most measuring around 2 meters, 6 feet square. He also changed his palette and used brilliant spots of color to suggest flowers. His avant-garde approach to his extraordinary use of point and color began the trail for subsequent art movements. His contemporary, Paul Cézanne, became affiliated with Impressionism. Henri Matisse, who had studied Monet, became one of the first of the Expressionist artists. Just reminds me of up here. You see how big this canvas is? It's pretty cool. By the time Monet embarked on his last monumental series of water lily paintings, he had gained critical and commercial success. This gave the artist added freedom to explore motifs of his choice and paint to his own schedule. Although he returned again and again to the water lilies, it was a subject that caused him difficulties, and he worried about the paintings, often reworking them. Monet has focused on color, the clash of green trees as their reflection creeps into the violet-blue depths of the pond water. He has used small accents of contemporary reds, pinks, and yellows in the buds of the lilies that sit atop curiously colorless lily pads using expressive but smooth brushwork. Prime Minister Clemenceau? I don't know that one. Had always been a loyal supporter of Monet's work. In 1914, he urged the artist to work on a larger project, which became a formal state commission in 1916. This was for a set of large canvases depicting water lilies that would be displayed together permanently. Between now and his death, this was to be the main preoccupation of Monet's work. At the age of 82, Monet discovered that he had a cataract. The deterioration of his eyesight was horrifying to the artist, who wrote, "I realized with terror that I could see nothing with my right eye. A specialist told me that I had a cataract and that the other eye was also slightly affected. It's in vain that they tell me that it's not serious, that after the operation I will see as before. I'm very disturbed and anxious." In 1923, he was operated on 3 times to try to correct his right eye. The brilliant fiery reds and yellows of water lilies, Japanese Bridge, 1923, are indicative of the impaired sight of the artist, seeing his bridge within a reduced palette. Yet it is the most evocative sum of colors and light and composition, creating an overall startlingly emotive effect. Water lilies opened the path to abstract painting. By the time of Monet's death in 1926, the art world, both in Paris and in America, was a very different place from one he had largely struggled against during much of his life. Monet and his circle were the first to truly challenge the conventions of Parisian art in the modern age, and by doing so and progressing their works towards greater understanding of color and light, they opened the door for successive generations of artists. Monet and his contemporaries broke down barriers and persevered in their artistic quest against great hardship in order to achieve a freedom of expression that is now taken for granted. Towards the end of his life, Monet's work increasingly reflected a form of abstraction through his simplification of composition and reduction of all unessential elements. By doing this, and through his obliquely constructed compositions and focus on pure, vivid color, he set a precedent for later artists, particularly those of the post-impressionist, expressionist, and abstract expressionist movements. Water Lily series in the Paris, is the last set that Monet worked on before he died. In 1917, Monet's friend, the politician Clemenceau, which we just heard about, the prime minister at the time, was elected prime minister of France for the second time, and told Monet that the state would purchase 12 of the monumental paintings and house them in a specially designed building. Clemenceau was not elected in 1920, but the commission continued, and after extensive communications, it was decided to adapt the Orangerie and the Tuileries to create the space required to display Monet's works. In early 1926, he told Clemenceau he was waiting for the paint to dry on the 5th of December 1926. The artist died. The canvases were taken from his studio, and the Orangerie was opened to the public in May 1927. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, let me get some art of his that had people in it. 1 second. Nope, that's Renoir. Hold on. That's Manet. Okay, here's a Monet. Really looks Impressionism here. Yeah, really cool. Look at this. There we go. Cool. Lessons photographers can learn from Claude Monet. Currently super inspired by Claude Monet with his use of colors, his compositions, depictions of everyday life, people, nature, and how he was able to show his love of life through his paintings. I feel that we as photographers can draw a lot of inspiration from Monet by studying how he arranged his scenes. Note how he uses space. Note how he spaces out his subjects. His use of light and his asymmetrical yet balanced dynamic composition. Really cool. I love it. Very Hudson Valley pick too. It's an interesting article here. What is it? Eric M Photography? Eric IM Photography? Some of my personal lessons with Monet. Observe how he combines different colors, combinations. How it enhances color. For example, his use of violet, orange, and red. Note his composition of multiple subjects, how he spaces them out, and how his compositions are balanced. Some of his paintings of people look quite photorealistic, almost like they were shot with a 28mm wide-angle lens. I especially like studying his urban street scenes. Often Monet painted the same scene over and over again, experimenting with different color combinations. Lesson. As photographers and artists, we can also photograph the same subject over and over using repetition and iteration to improve our photographic skill. I love that. I love that because I do photography as well. Cool. Monet painted lots of different subject matter, not only nature, trees, the beach, and mountains, but also train stations and urban life. Lesson. We should also photograph everything and all subject matter and not discriminate. For example, we can shoot street photography and nature landscape photography. Let us just photograph anything that breathes life into us. I love that. Really cool. I mean, it really is quite stunning when you, because I see it in the small picture in the screen, and then I see the actual page I have up, and it just really does look photorealistic from afar. It's cool. Little kitty playing. Beautiful. Oh, I got the little boiled egg holder. Ooh, I love the goth look on the left. The polka dotted veil. Cool. That's that same train station, I believe. Not the same picture, but the same station. That one's so cool. I love this one. Very Turner. Love that. This one is speaking to me. I'm going to screenshot it. Oh yeah, this is a famous one too. Beautiful, beautiful one. This is a great as a photograph as well. Like I can see this one being like an awesome photograph below. Cool. Like look at how lovely that looks in this frame right here on the screen. Lovely. You can see the like sharp like outlines that he has in them up close. I would zoom in, but I don't know how to do that on this browser. Whoa, that one's cool too. Love the colors on this one. Look at those pinks and purples and blues. Beautiful. That's what I mean by the colors when they were talking about there was new chemical technology for pigments and new colors. Like, for sure. Like, look at even this, like, I don't know if you can't see my cursor, but the rod that's closest to the foreground, it has, like, you're looking at it as, this is what they were talking about, that shading is not just, like, blacks and grays, but like it has like a neon purple at the top of it, and it just comes across like a metal rod, but the coloring is really crazy for how it's shaded. I just can't get over the colors on this one, but it's giving the right feel. Very impressionistic, this one. Lovely. Yeah, this is another one that has that really outliney kind of feel to the people. Oh, here's another version of this one that I love with the colors. I mean, almost synthwave colors, but you can see what I'm talking about with this rod in the foreground, how it's like neon pink and purple. Cool. These are so lovely. Ooh, I could do the Hudson Valley like that. Yes. I have some Hudson Valley paintings I made. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, I gotta get... I didn't realize how many pictures there were. Whoa. That's a great one of his. Look at that. This is a Monet. You wouldn't think. That's pretty realistic for Impressionism. Cool. This one's classic style. Love the like Victorian people and their outfits. Definitely need to get a parasol. That is my jam. I'm all about hiding from the sun. Look at that guy in his top hat. Aww. This one's really great too. Look at that. His little doggy. Look at these colors. Wow. Whoa. Very like, his stuff is very like pointillism almost. It's getting there. It's getting to pointillism. Look at the little boy in his outfit. So cute. Look at these colors. I mean, I love it. I love the texture and the colors. I mean, I know we don't like modern art, right? But like, it's cool. I love the texture of the paint. I love how hazy the background is. I love the coloring of this. So cool. I'm a fan. I'm now a Monet fan. I mean, doesn't this want to make you just go out and draw and paint people? And things? We can paint like our current windmills. They're not mills though, what are they? The things out in the mountains that, the turbines? Is that what they're called? Ooh, that's a cool one. Ladies, just dressing lovely, going out on the boat. Cute. The reflection, love it. A hut. That's a cool one too. I like that. This is really cool. It really makes me want to, yeah, it really makes me want to go out and paint the scenery. I mean, where I come from is so lovely. This is the one we saw. And this makes me want to go out and paint. Absolutely lovely. I mean, all else fails, you got still lifes. Little peaches. Yeah, you can see the like really impressionistic style of the brushstrokes here on the people. The outlining. Oh, look at the cute little kid toys. This one looks like a picture. It looks like a picture. This one is lovely. Stayed in Normandy. I mean, I know people think it's just messy blob, but I love it. Like, I'm sorry, I like weird art. I do. I'm a weirdo. I think it just looks cool. And it reminds me of, I'll show you the thumbnail art that I made. It just gives me these vibes. Because I was working on the thumbnail for today's stream. I got into mixing some Whistler with my open shutter photography, and it has that weird vibe of impressionistic art. Ooh, the colors. Look at these colors. And that foggy, hazy look. Really cool. Palm trees. Not a fan. Not a fan of palm trees. gorgeous. Love it. Lovely. Lovely portrait. Lovely outfit. Fish. This looks so realistic. This looks like a picture as well, like from a distance. Is that Notre Dame? Wait, which one is this? There's that train station again. That's the one that we looked at in the book. The train station, really cool. The plumes of smoke, lovely. All right, cool. I just had to get through that. That was lovely, lovely. It was a lovely little website. Interesting points on the photography suggestions and all those additional images on Monet. That was lovely. I like it. Well, anyway, guys, I have to use the restroom, so don't go anywhere. Let me see where we're at with you guys here. Alright, we got like some people in here. Don't go anywhere, and if you are enjoying yourself, please feel free to donate. We got streamlabs.com/Martina Markota TV, and it always helps me out. I really appreciate it. I'm going to have some commercials going on, but don't fret, guys. Don't leave. Don't freak out. We're not ending. It's just a commercial, so go get a coffee. You can go to the bathroom. You can have a smoke. You can do whatever, and stick around. I'll be here. I'll be in the chat. Don't go anywhere. And we will continue with Renoir, which is fantastic, and Degas, and Mary Cassatt, and Whistler. We'll have Whistler as well. So we have a lot more to go through, and yeah, have some fun. I also have a music video to show you guys. So last time we shared a friend of my music video from Canada who did this amazing version of Rock On. Great video, great song, and I just wanted to share that with you guys because I think it's really important to kind of promote people and be like, check this out and support people. And there's another artist that made a, is it metal? I think it's like a metal song or something like that, really screamo type shit, and it's really good. I like it. I like it, and I think it's something worthwhile to show you guys and promote new artists, and please give them some support and love. The link is in the description, so you can just give them some love, but I'm going to put the video on as well at some point. Okay, let me just set up this commercial one. Alright, see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, I'll be in the chat.
Clearest Hills Ace, face to face. See you at 8, skin's looking great. CJ's the place, face to face.
Clearasil gives you great-looking skin, even close up. Inside, it kills bacteria to dry the pimple.
Clearest Hills Ace, face to face.
Outside, it soaks up all the excess oil.
Feeling first rate, cause skin's looking great, cause Clearest Hills Ace.
Clearasil, for skin that looks great, even close up.
Face to face.
Improved styling constantly adds to the ease and grace and gaiety of American living. The things we have in America are ever changing. The studios and workshops of our stylists pour forth a never-ending flow of service and of artistry. Lines, planes, forms, and substances in colors. On come the developments of ideas, in pace with the emphatic decisions of the American people as to what they want, in the shapes of utility, and in the manner of their own ever-improving good taste. For our home life, the stylists are creating new expressions of utility, convenience, and beauty in the everyday things that serve us. Wondrous possessions which have new grace and glamour are offered the American people. Have more than new plans. They have new patterns for living, made attractive by luxurious interiors. Living space is enhanced by new materials and accented by subtleties of color selection. Things look as well as the way they perform. Our homes acquire new grace, new glamour, new accommodations, expressing not only the American love of beauty, but also the basic freedom of the American people, which is the freedom of individual choice.
Welcome back, guys. I think you can hear me now. Testing, testing. Okay. Got your coffee. I went to the bathroom a few times. Thanks for sticking around. I always have people dip out during the commercials, but I can't help it. I have to go to the bathroom. I need a break. So it sucks some people left, but we'll get back into it. And reminds me, don't forget, if you're enjoying yourself and you have a few bucks to give, it always helps me out. If you go to streamlabs.com/Martina Markota TV. Thank you, thank you. And let's get right back to it, shall we? Is that what they say, right? Let's get back to it. Hold up. Nope, not that one. There we go. So we left off with Renoir. Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Ooh, excuse me. Another facet of Paris that drew the Impressionists' attention was the leisure activities of its inhabitants. Scenes of dining, dancing, the cafe, concerts, the opera, and the ballet were mainstays of Impressionism. Although seemingly unrelated, industrialization facilitated these pursuits. With the advent of set working hours, people's schedules became more regimented, allowing them to plan their favorite pastimes. The Moulin de la Galette? Okay, this one. Let me bring it up to you guys. Oops, sorry. Hold on. Getting there. Art. Here we go. This one. This one, by Renoir, 1841 to 1919, depicts a popular Parisian dance hall. Some people crowd the tables and chatter, while others dance energetically. Outdoor dance hall? Is that what this is? So lively is the atmosphere that the viewer can virtually hear the sound of music, laughter, and tinkling glasses. It's true. The painter dappled with whole scenes with sunlight and shade, artfully blurred into figures to produce just the effect of floating and fleeting light the Impressionists cultivated. Renoir's casual placement of the figures and the suggested continuity of space spreading in all directions and only accidentally limited by the frame position the viewer as a participant rather than an outsider. Whereas classical artists sought to express universal and timeless qualities, the Impressionists attempted to depict just the opposite, the incidental and the momentary. Yeah, this is a classic Renoir piece. It is 1876, oil on canvas, 4 feet 3 inches by 5 feet 8 inches. It's pretty big, damn. Wow. If you see the scale of it, that's what I love about all these. So, oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. You can see the scale to the right-hand side, the right lower corner. You can see this 1 foot. It goes all the way up to the table is 1 foot with a guy's hand. And right here. Oh, no, you can't see it. I don't know how to move this thing around. I don't know how to do this thing. But, yeah, it's pretty big. Cool. Yeah, man, this looks like so much fun. Kind of reminds me of Brooklyn, honestly. Of being outdoors and drinking and people dancing and having fun. You can see the light and the shadows between the trees. You definitely are a participant, not an observer. There you go, Impressionism, Renoir. And like I said, I didn't want to just fly through these, so I found some websites that we can dive in a little bit deeper through these guys. So, 1 minute. Let me find the Renoir one. There we go. There we go. I think this is a self-portrait of the guy. Cool, cool. He was born February 25th, 1841 in France, and he died December 3rd, 1919. He was a French painter originally associated with the Impressionist movement. He was one of the central figures of the Impressionist movement, a French art movement of the second half of the 19th century, whose members sought in their works to represent the first impression of an object upon the viewer. His work is characterized by a richness of feeling and warmth of response to the world and to the people in it. His early works were typically impressionist snapshots of real life, full of sparkling color and light. By the mid-1880s, however, he had broken with the movement to apply a more disciplined, formal technique to portraits and figure paintings, particularly of women. Renoir was so passionate about painting that he even continued when he was old and suffering from severe arthritis. Renoir then painted with the brush tied to his wrists. Oh my lord. Imagine that. He's like, motherfucker, you gotta paint. You gotta keep on painting. Oh my lord. Wild. Click here for more. Oh no, we'll go into another. Oh god. This is lovely. Lovely, lovely. Man, makes you just want to be a young adult in the Victorian era. Renoir experienced his initial acclaim when 6 of his paintings hung in the first Impressionist exhibition in 1874. We spoke about that in this chapter, if you remember, when they were like rebelling against the modern school. In the same year, 2 of his works were shown with Durand Drouel in London. In 1881, he traveled to Algeria, a country he associated with Eugene Delacroix. We read about him earlier in a previous chapter. Then to Madrid in Spain to see the work of Diego Velázquez. Following that, he traveled to Italy to see Titian's masterpieces in Florence and the paintings of Raphael in Rome. So, you know, it's interesting because they always do this in, we see this time and time again of people traveling and studying. They did that in Venice. Where was it? In one of the other chapters where there was even a word for it, where they would tour this area of Venice and stuff, and it was like where these artists flourished and where they learned their craft and stuff. And this is something that I think is really important if we want to talk politics and art, but I think it's important for our society today to be well educated. And that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, formal education with the school, which is great. Yeah, love it. But we know how, like, they are full of propaganda nowadays. But these people travel to see masterpieces. I mean, we need to have an appreciation as conservatives of the arts, appreciation for old masters, appreciation for, you know, let's go out, let's go. If I'm in this city, I have to go see this artist, or I have to see some of this artwork or whatever. I mean, make it a mission to go see the, you know, things that have to do with certain poets that you like. I mean, when I got married in Gibraltar, my little sister was like, she's really into literature, and so she made it a mission. She had to go see some statue in some garden. I don't know who it was. It was a woman. It was some female, like, I think, I don't know. It had to do with some story and some literature thing. It had to do with Gibraltar. And she was like, I have to see, we have to go, and made it a thing. And that's what it's all about, is being cultured, appreciating the arts and culture that way. Read books, read poetry, go see artwork, go appreciate masters. I think that's a really important aspect. And it's really great to see that these people were doing that as well. On January 15th, 1882, Renoir met the composer Richard Wagner, oh wow, at his home in Palermo, Sicily. Renoir painted Wagner's portrait in just 35 minutes. In the same year, Renoir convalesced for 6 weeks in Algeria after contracting pneumonia, which would cause permanent damage to his respiratory system. In 1883, he spent the summer in Guernsey, I don't know, creating 15 paintings in little over a month. Damn, 15 paintings in over a month. Most of these feature Moulin Huet, a bay in St. Martin's, Guernsey. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is one of the Channel Islands. Oh, it is Guernsey. Yeah, Guernsey is one of the Channel Islands in the English Channel. Okay, so it's Guernsey. That's how you spell it. I've heard of it, didn't know how it was spelled. And it has a varied landscape, which includes beaches, cliffs, bays, forests, and mountains. These paintings were the subject of a set of contemporary postage stamps issued by the Bailiwick of Guernsey in 1983. Cool. We live, while living and working in Montmartre, Renoir employed as a model Suzanne Valadon, who posed for him. The Bathers, 1885 to 1887, and Dance at Boyval, 1883. And many of his fellow painters, while studying their techniques, eventually she became one of the leading painters of the day. Oh wow, that's kind of like me, going from model to artist. Yeah, I love that. Awesome. I've definitely modeled still life for artists. I still do it. It's one of my side jobs. I model for some art classes that are really, really great. Not classes, they're groups, just like old people that they're great artists, and they use me as a model, and I've been doing that for many years. And then also just like photography modeling, but now I actually started as an artist in school, modeling, drawing still lives, and then I became the model, and then I'm like the artist again, but I do the photography this time. In 1887, a year when Queen Victoria celebrated her Golden Jubilee, and upon the request of the Queen's associate, Philip Richburg, he donated several paintings to the French Impressionist paintings catalog as a token of his loyalty. In 1890, he married Alain Victorine Chergot, who, along with a number of the artist's friends, had already served as a model for the Luncheon of the Boating Party, 1881, and with whom he had already had a child, Pierre, in 1885. After his marriage, Renoir painted many scenes of his wife and daily life, including their children and their nurse, Alain's cousin, Gabrielle Renard. The Renoirs had 3 sons, one of whom, Jean, became a filmmaker of note, and another, Pierre, became a stage and film actor. Very artist family. Cool. Ooh! A little bit of nudie action. Oh, we having a tickle pillow fight over here? Later years, around 1892, Renoir developed rheumatoid arthritis. In 1907, he moved to the warmer climate of Les Colettes, a farm at some Mediterranean coast. I don't know how to say this shit. Renoir painted during the last 20 years of his life, even when arthritis severely limited his movement, and he was wheelchair bound. He developed progressive deformities in his hands and ankylosis of his right shoulder, requiring him to adapt his painting technique. In the advanced stages of his arthritis, he painted by having a brush strapped to his paralyzed fingers. Holy shit. That is crazy. Sad. During this period, he created sculptures by directing an assistant who worked the clay. Renoir also used a moving canvas or picture roll to facilitate painting large works with his limited joint mobility. That's crazy. In 1919, Renoir visited the Louvre to see his paintings hanging with the old masters. It's so cute. It's so beautiful. He died in the village of... I can't say it. Something Provence Alps, whatever, on December 3rd. Artworks. Renoir's paintings are notable for their vibrant light and saturated color, most often focusing on people in intimate and candid compositions, like a tickle pillow fight. The female nude was one of his primary subjects. How degenerate. I have been told that nudity is not art. Sorry, where are we? In characteristic Impressionist style, the nudes were. Renoir suggested the details of a scene through freely brushed touches of color so that his figures softly fuse with one another and their surroundings. His initial paintings show the influence of the colorism of Eugene Delacroix and the luminosity of Camille Corot. He also admired the realism of Gustave Courbet and Edouard Manet, and his early work resembles theirs in his use of black as a color. As well, Renoir admired Degas's sense of movement. Another painter Renoir greatly admired was the 18th century master Francois Boucher. Boucher, is that how you say it? Did a nun tell me that? No, a titty Twitch streamer apparently said that. My artwork is degenerate pornography. You know, only one girl can be allowed to be on the internet. A fine example of Renoir's early work and evidence of the influence of Courbet's realism is Diana, 1867. Ostensibly a mythological subject, the painting is a naturalistic studio work. The figure carefully observed, solidly modeled, and superimposed upon a contrived landscape. If the work is still a student piece, already Renoir's heightened personal response to female sensuality is present. The model was then the artist's mistress and inspiration for a number of paintings. In the late 1860s, through the practice of painting light and water in plein air, in the open air, he and his friend Claude Monet discovered that the color of shadows is not brown or black, but the reflected color of objects surrounding them, which is what we learned in the Monet section, and we can see in his paintings, which were really, really cool, the way that they were colored. Several pairs of paintings exist in which Renoir and Monet, working side by side, depicted the same scenes. Oh, interesting. I'd love to see that. One of the best-known Impressionist works is Renoir's 1876, the one that we just saw with the people in the dance hall. The painting depicts an open-air scene crowded with people at a popular dance garden on somewhere in the fucking France, close to where he lived. The works of his early maturity were typically impressionist snapshots of real life, full of sparkling color and light. By the mid-1880s, however, he had broken with the movement to apply a more disciplined, formal technique to portraits and figure paintings, particularly of women, such as the Bathers, which we just saw up ahead, the nudes, which was created during 1884 to 1887. It was a trip to Italy in 1881 when he saw works by Raphael and other Renaissance masters that convinced him that he was on the wrong path, and for the next several years he painted in a more severe style in an attempt to return to classicism. This is sometimes called his Ingress period, as he concentrated on his drawings and emphasized the outlines of figures. After 1890, however, he changed direction again, returning to the use of thinly brushed color, which dissolved outlines as earlier works. From this period onward, he concentrated especially on monumental nudes. Monumental nudes! And other domestic scenes. Sorry, I just love the word monumental nudes. I'm going to steal that. He concentrated on monumental nudes and domestic scenes, fine examples of which are Girls at the Piano, 1892, and some other French shit, 1918 to 1919. The latter painting is the most typical and successful of Renoir's late, abundantly fleshed nudes. Okay, I have to see it. Let me see if this shows it. I don't see any nudes. Okay, these are Girls at a Piano. Let me see, the Bathers. Yeah, that's this one. Okay, the Bathers. A prolific artist, he made several thousand paintings. The swarm sensuality of Renoir's style made his paintings some of the most well-known and frequently reproduced works in the history of art. Assessment. Acknowledging modern criticism of Renoir's sensuality, Lawrence Going wrote, "Is there another respected modern painter whose work is so full of charming people and attractive sentiment? Yet what lingers is not cloying sweetness, but a freshness that is not entirely explicable. One feels the surface of his paintings itself as a living skin. Renoir's aesthetic was wholly physical and sensuous, and it was unclouded. These interactions of real people fulfilling natural drives with well-adjusted enjoyment remain the popular masterpieces of modern art, as it used to be called. And the fact that they are not fraught and tragic, without the slightest social unrest in view, or even much sign of the special and communal disjunction which some persist in seeking, is far from removing their interests." Albert Arrier, an art critic and earlier essayist on the Impressionists, wrote in 1892, "With such ideas, with such a vision of the world and of femininity, one might have reared that Renoir would create a work which was merely pretty and merely superficial. Superficial it was not. In fact, it was profound, for if, indeed, the artist has almost completely done away with the intellectuality of his models in his paintings, he has, in compensation, been prodigal with his own. As to the pretty, it is undeniable in his work, but how different from the intolerable prettiness of fashionable painters. I love that, because I always felt the same way with Lady Alchemy, photography, and stuff like that, where I was like, I always tell photographers, I rarely work with other photographers. I tend to shoot myself, but I always tell them, I don't want just another pretty picture. I don't want just another pretty picture. I'm not interested in that. Let's do something beyond that. In a preview to the exhibition Renoir Landscapes 1865 to 1883 at the National Gallery in London in spring 2007, The Guardian wrote that even Degas laughed at his friend's style, calling it as puffy as cotton wool, but that if we're going to love him, we need to love his chocolate box qualities too. Okay, dig. Two of Renoir's paintings have sold for more than $70 million. Wow. The one with the dancing people sold for $78.1 million in 1990. Interesting. Okay. Well, there we go. We did Renoir. Let me switch gears here. Now we have Degas. Impressionists also depicted more formal leisure activities. The fascination Edgar Degas, 1834 to 1917, had with patterns of motion brought him to the Paris Opera. If you remember in the last chapter when we went over architecture, one of them was also the Paris Opera, which is stunning. I love all the opulence of the Paris Opera. Oh, gorgeous. Anyway, and it brought him to the Paris Opera and its ballet school. So yeah, if you know anything about Degas, he is really into the ballerinas. Backstage, on stage, ballet. He does all these ballerinas. There, his great observational power took in the formalized movements of classical ballet. So yeah, that's when they say that he had more formal leisurely activities, just so people understand. Ballet is like a rich activity. It's a rich sport, just like doing like equine. It's like it's definitely like for like posh little girls. It's a very expensive study and sport to do and art to do. So that's why they were saying formal leisurely activities. And okay, anyway, it was one of his favorite subjects. In the rehearsal, figure 13.5, let's get you viewing that. This one. You can see is it an instructor on the right? There's the guy and this older lady, I think, helping them get into outfits and stuff. And the girls doing some arabesque or something there. So in the rehearsal, Degas used several devices to bring the observer into the pictorial space. The frame cuts off the spiral stair, the windows in the background, and the group of figures in the right foreground. The figures are not at the center of the classically balanced composition. Instead, Degas arranged them in a seemingly random manner. The prominent diagonals of the wall bases and floorboards carry the viewer into and along the directional lines of the dancers. Let me see this real quick again with you guys. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, okay. See it. Let me zoom out a little bit. So you see like the red like molding on the floor and then like the lines of the wooden, oops, shit. Finally, as is customary in Degas' ballet pictures, a large, off-center, empty space creates the illusion of a continuous floor that connects the observer with the pictured figures. The often arbitrary cut-off figures, the patterns of light splotches, and the blurriness of the images in this and other Degas works indicate the artist's interest in reproducing single moments. Further, they reveal his fascination with photography. Degas not only studied the photographs of others, but also used the camera to make preliminary studies for his works, particularly photographing figures in interiors. Japanese art was another inspirational source for Degas' paintings. Cultural appropriation. The cunning spatial projections in works such as The Rehearsal probably derived in part from Japanese prints. Japanese artists used diverging lines not only to organize the flat shapes of figures, but also to direct attention into picture space. The Impressionists acquired with these prints as early as the 1860s, greatly admired their spatial organization, familiar and intimate themes, and flat, unmolded color areas. So this painting is The Rehearsal, 1874. It's oil on canvas, 1 foot 11 inches by 2 feet 9 inches, and it's in Glasgow Art Gallery and Museum, Glasgow. How do you say that? The arbitrary cut-off figures, the patterns of light splotches, and the blurriness of the images in this work reveal Degas' interest in reproducing single moments as well as his fascination with photography. Holy shit, it is huge. Oh no, it's an inch. Okay, I thought that said 1 foot in the, never mind. It's not that big. It's only a few feet. Okay, just gonna check in on you guys for a second. Sorry. Okay. How are you guys holding up? You alright? Drinking? Let me drink some coffee. So, this is the dude. He was born July 19th, 1834, and he died September 27th, 1917. He was born... He was French. He was a French artist, famous for his work in painting, sculpture, printmaking, and drawing. He is regarded as one of the founders of Impressionism, although he rejected the term. Okay, he was like, nah. And preferred to be called a realist. Interesting. Huh. A superb draftsman. He is especially identified with the subject of dance, and over half his work depicts dancers. These display his mastery in the depiction of movement, as do his racecourse subjects and female nudes. Dancing, nudes. I mean, art. These display his mastery again. Depiction. His portraits are considered to be among the finest in the history of art. Finest in the history of art. Dancing and nudes. Early in his career, his ambition was to be a history painter, a calling for which he was well prepared by his rigorous academic training and close study of classical art. In his early 30s, he changed course, and by bringing the traditional methods of a history painter to bear on contemporary subject matter, he became a classical painter of modern life. Oops. He was born in France, and he was the eldest of 5 children. Oh, wow, look at that. He was, no, it says a banker? What? Or maybe his dad was a banker. I don't know what this is saying. The family was moderately wealthy. At age 11, Degas, as a young man, he abandoned the more pretentious spelling of the family name, began his schooling with enrollment in the Lycée something grand, graduating in 1853 with a baccalaureate in literature. Degas began to paint seriously in his early life. By 18, he had turned a room in his home into an artist's studio and had begun making copies in the Louvre. In the Louvre? Began making copies in the Louvre, but his father expected him to go to law school. Degas duly registered at the Faculty of Law in the University of Paris in November 1853, but made little effort at his studies there. In 1855, Degas met Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, we read about Ingres before, whom he revered, and was advised by him to draw lines, young man, many lines. In April of that same year, Degas received admission to the School of Fine Arts in France, the Beaux Arts. I don't know if that's how you say it right, but we read about that as well. As far as like the architecture, it's the fancy architecture of the Paris Opera is in the Beaux Arts style from the School of Fine Arts in Paris, where he studied drawing with Louise Lamothe, under whose guidance he flourished, following the style of Ingres. In July 1856, Degas traveled to Italy, where he would remain for the next 3 years. There he drew and painted copies after Michelangelo, Raphael, Titan, and other artists of the Renaissance. Again, understanding and appreciating and studying the masters is important. Often selecting from an altarpiece an individual head which he treated as a portrait. It was during this period that Degas studied and became accomplished in the technique of high academic and classical art. See, high academic and classical art. Like, art was like, there was like a, it was really serious. It wasn't just always like some hippy-dippy bullshit. Hello, Chris. Nice to see you in here. Hello. His artistic career. After returning to Italy in 1859, Degas continued his education by copying paintings at the Louvre. He was to remain an enthusiastic copyist well into middle age. Oh, that's interesting. So he was copying art at the Louvre. We did that in our art classes. We would go to like the Met and like different museums in high school, and we were told to like do sketches of, I mean, obviously not copying, but I have a copy, a replica. It's actually probably expensive, in a big gold frame over here of Van Gogh. The copies are actually really expensive. Like, copies are a legit thing. There's a whole business in that. I mean, it's not being passed as an original, it's a copy. But anyway, in the early 1860s, while visiting his childhood friend Paul something in Normandy, he made his first studies of horses. He exhibited at the Salon for the first time in 1865, when the jury accepted his painting scene of war in the Middle Ages, which attracted little attention. Although he exhibited annually in the Salon during the next 5 years, he submitted no more history paintings, and his steeplechase, the Fallen Jockey, Salon of 1866, signaled his growing commitment to contemporary subject matter. The change in his art was influenced primarily by the example of Edward Manet, whom Degas had met in 1864 while copying in the Louvre. At the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, Degas enlisted in the National Guard, where his defense of Paris left him little time for painting. During rifle training, his eyesight was found to be defective, and for the rest of his life, his eye problems were a constant worry to him. After the war in 1872, Degas began an extended stay in New Orleans, Louisiana, where his brother René and a number of other relatives lived. Staying in a house on Esplanade Avenue, Degas produced a number of works, many depicting family members. One of Degas' New Orleans works, depicting a scene at the Cotton Exchange in New Orleans, garnered favorable attention back in France and was his only work purchased by a museum, that of Pau, during his lifetime. Degas returned to Paris in 1873. The following year, his father died, and the subsequent settling of the estate, it was discovered that Degas' brother René had amassed enormous business debts. To preserve the family name, Degas was forced to sell his house and a collection of art he had inherited. He now found himself suddenly dependent on sales of his artwork for income. By now, thoroughly disenchanted with the Salon, Degas joined forces with a group of young artists who were intent upon organizing an independent exhibiting society. The first of their exhibitions, which were quickly dubbed Impressionist exhibitions, was in 1874, which we have been learning about. The Impressionists subsequently held 7 additional shows, the last in 1886. Degas took a leading role in organizing the exhibitions and showed his work in all but one of them, despite his persistent conflicts with others in the group. He had a little in common with Monet and the other landscape painters, whom he mocked for painting outdoors. Conservative in his social attitudes, he abhorred the scandal created by the exhibitions, and as well as the publicity and advertising that his colleagues sought. He bitterly rejected the label Impressionist that the press had created and popularized, and his insistence on including such comparatively traditional artists as Jean-Louis Forain and Jean-Francois Raffaelli in their exhibitions created rancor within the group, contributing to their eventual disbanding in 1886. Right, I'm going to look up this word. I love learning new definitions, so let me look this up real quick. Rancor. Bitterness or resentfulness, especially when long-standing. Cool.
Rancor.
Bitterness or resentfulness, especially when long-standing. I'm into it. Love that word now. I'm gonna use it. It's like slattern. Ooh, nudes. His financial situation improved through sales of his own work. He was able to indulge his passion for collecting works by artists he admired. Old masters such as El Greco and such contemporaries as Manet, Pissarro, Cézanne, Gauguin, and Van Gogh. 3 artists he idolized, Ingres, Delacroix, and Daumier, were especially well represented in his collection. In the late 1880s, Degas also developed a passion for photography. He photographed many of his friends, often by lamplight, as in his double portrait of Renoir and Mallarme. It's got a little thingy on it. Mallarme? I don't know. Other photographs depicting dancers and nudes were used for reference in some of Degas' drawings and paintings. As the years passed, Degas became isolated due in part to his belief that a painter could have no personal life. The Dreyfus Affair controversy brought his anti-Semitic leanings to the fore, and he broke with all his Jewish friends. In later life, Degas regretted the loss of those friends. While he is known to have been working in pastel as late as the end of 1907 and is believed to have continued making sculpture as late as 1910, he apparently ceased working in 1912 when the impending demolition of his longtime residence on the Rue Victor Massé forced a wrenching move to quarters on the Boulevard de Clichy. He never married and spent the last years of his life nearly blind, restlessly wandering the streets of Paris before dying in 1917. Jesus Christ. Degas' last years were sad and lonely, especially as he outlived many of his closest friends. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. That's a bit wild. Oh, hey, Jesus, whoa, that escalated. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm not sure why they are not going off. Let me do this little thingy.
I've always liked pre-Raphaelite art. Have you covered them before? If not, maybe you could in the future.
Hell yeah, thank you for that, Wang Su. I think we did that in previous chapters. I'm going chronologically, so you can kind of gauge where a subject is. So I think that we've done that in the past already. If we are in Impressionism right now. However, I was thinking, what am I going to do when we are all done with all these things? And I mean, it's not that I've covered everything. We are covering things chronologically, but as you can see, I'm kind of dipping into other websites to get a little bit more on these people. I mean, who would have known that Degas was an anti-Semite? Like, if it weren't for me going outside of the textbook. So I think there's a lot more to discuss. And you can't see it from this angle, but I have a lot of books, and most of them are art and art history. So I was thinking, and some of them are the big giant books dedicated to one subject or one artist at a time. So I think there's a lot to revisit, and I think that's what I'll probably end up doing when we finish this book up, is probably just continue to look at some of my books and continue to revisit subjects and see what new things we learn. Yeah. Oop. Shit. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to next. Hold on. And thank you for that so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Quang Su. Really, really appreciate it. Huge donation. Thank you, man. Like that, that really means a lot. Like, huge. And yeah, please stick around. I mean, if you're really into that, yeah, look up maybe dig around. I do have on my channel, like, subscribe, do all that thing, whatever the YouTubers say. but I do have, what is it called? A playlist. So you should see kind of the subject matter and where we're going, or roughly the time period. I'll try to look it up for you if you reach out to me on like Twitter or something. But yeah, one of the great time period to go over. So great artwork there. I love all that more classical kind of stuff. So I definitely want to go back and revisit things. Okay, where was I? Artistic style. Degas is often identified as an impressionist, an understandable but insufficient description. Impressionism originated in the 1860s and 1870s and grew in part from the realism of such painters as Courbet and Cassatt. The Impressionists painted the realities of the world around them using bright, dazzling colors, concentrating primarily on the effects of light and hoping to infuse their scenes with immediacy. Technically, Degas differs from the Impressionists in that, as art historian Frederick Hart says, he never adopted the Impressionist color fleck, and he continually belittled their practice of painting en plein air, as he was often as en plein air, like in the air. He was often as anti-impressionist as the critics who reviewed the shows. According to art historian Carol Armstrong, as Degas himself explained, no art was ever less spontaneous than mine. What I do is the result of reflection and of the study of the great masters. Of inspiration, spontaneity, temperament, I know nothing. Nonetheless, he is described more accurately as an impressionist than as a member of any other movement. That's sad. His scenes of Parisian life, his off-center compositions, his experiments with color and form, and his friendship with several key Impressionist artists, most notably Mary Cassatt and Edward Manet, all relate him immediately to the Impressionist movement. Degas has his own distinct style, one reflecting his deep respect for the old masters and his great admiration for Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres and Eugene Delacroix. He was also a collector of Japanese prints, whose compositional principles influenced his work, as did the vigorous realism of popular illustrators such as Dumier and Gavarni. Although famous for horses and dancers, Degas began with conventional historical paintings such as the young Spartans, although his treatment of such subjects became progressively less idealized. During his early career, Degas also painted portraits of individuals and groups. An example of the latter is the Bellelli family, a brilliantly composed and psychologically poignant portrayal of his aunt, her husband, and their children. In this painting, as in the young Spartans and many later works, Degas was drawn to the tension present between men and women. In his early paintings, Degas already evidenced the mature style that he would later develop more fully by cropping subjects awkwardly and by choosing unusual viewpoints. By the late 1860s, Degas had shifted from his initial forays into history painting to an original observation of contemporary life. Racecourse scenes provided an opportunity to depict horses and their riders in a modern context. He began to paint women at work. Oh, women working in the 1800s? I mean, how modern feminist. Milliners and laundresses. I'm making a joke because women have always worked, let's be honest. Anyway, he was exhibited in the Salon of 1868, was his first major work to introduce a subject with which he would become especially identified: dancers. In many subsequent paintings, dancers were shown backstage or in rehearsal, emphasizing their status as professionals doing a job. True. Degas began to paint cafe life as well. He urged other artists to paint real life instead of traditional mythological or historical paintings, and the few literary scenes he painted were modern and of highly ambiguous content. For example, Interior, which has also been called The Rape, has presented a conundrum to art historians in search of literary source. Internal evidence suggests that it may be based on a scene from Therese Raquin. As his subject matter changed, so too did Degas's technique. The dark palette that bore the influence of Dutch painting gave way to the use of vivid colors and bold brushstrokes. Paintings such as Place de Concorde read as snapshots, freezing moments of time to portray them accurately, imparting a sense of movement. The changes to his palette brushwork and sense of composition all evidence the influence that both the Impressionist movement and modern photography, with its spontaneous images and off-kilter angles, had on his work. Hi, Snuggy Jr. Yes, I definitely will do an episode on Fauvus. For sure. Yeah. I think that's coming up. It's actually going to get exciting. I know people complain about like the modern art stuff, but I actually really do like the modern art in the early 1900s and mid-century modern. It's going to get really exciting too. Degas' mature style is distinguished by conspicuously unfinished passages, even in otherwise tightly rendered paintings. He frequently blamed his eye troubles for his inability to finish, an explanation that met with some skepticism from colleagues and collectors who reasoned, as Stuckey explains, that his pictures could hardly have been executed by anyone with inadequate vision. The artist provided another clue when he described his predilection to begin 100 things and to not finish one of them, and was in any case notoriously reluctant to consider a painting complete. I feel you, man. I really feel Degas in a lot of ways, because he really had that like historical kind of vibe that he wanted to do with paintings, but people didn't really want to didn't give a shit. They wanted that contemporary stuff. He was like, I'm not an impressionist, goddammit. I hate the impressionist like label. Leave me out of it. I don't do that shit. But he was associated to them just by who he was around. Feel you. And you know, often considered his artwork incomplete. And I feel you on that. It's never done, and it's never good enough. I feel you. His interest in portraiture led him to study carefully. Oh man, thank you so much for the $5. Kwangso? Don't know how to say your name, sorry. I'm really bad with that. I recently started reading a book about history of women's textile work called Women's Work, the First 2,000 Years. Yeah, that sounds interesting, actually. Are you female? That sounds cool. I mean, it is really interesting. We've always worked in some capacity, and textile and doing that kind of stuff. Cool. I'm sure there's a whole history that's like so interesting about it. Let's just finish up. You got over here. His interest in portraiture led him to study carefully the ways in which a person's social stature or form of employment may be revealed by their... Okay, I never know how to say this word. It's what everybody's saying nowadays. The physiognomy? By the way that they look, the structure of their face. So he's such an interesting guy. So yeah, his portraiture led him to kind of think about how people's employment may be revealed by like the nature of their face, posture, dress, and other attributes. In his 1879 portraits at the Stock Exchange, he portrayed a group of Jewish businessmen with a hint of anti-Semitism, while in his paintings of dancers and laundresses, he revealed their occupations not only by their dress and activities, but also by their body type. His ballerinas exhibit an athletic I mean, that's accurate. Oh, okay. The anti-Semitism with him, man. That's interesting. I never knew that. But the ballerinas are definitely athletes and petite and little. Yeah, so he did ballerinas, athletic physicality, while his laundresses were heavy and solid. Not bad. I wonder what they mean by anti-Semitism with the businessmen. What are they saying? I wonder what they mean by that. By the later 1870s, Degas had mastered not only the traditional medium of oil on canvas, but pastel as well. The dry medium, which he applied in complex layers and textures, enabled him more easily to reconcile his facility for line with growing interest in expressive color. In the mid-1870s, he also returned to the medium of etching, which he had neglected for 10 years, and began experimenting with less traditional printmaking media, lithographs, and experimental monotypes. Cool, he was really into like experimenting with that shit. I love it. He was especially fascinated by the effects produced by monotype and frequently reworked the printed images with pastel. Interesting. These changes in media engendered the paintings that Degas would produce in later life. Degas began to draw and paint women drying themselves with towels, combing their hair, and bathing. The strokes that model the form are scribbled more freely than before. Backgrounds are simplified. The meticulous naturalism of his youth gave way to an increasing abstraction of form. Except for his characteristically brilliant draftsmanship and obsession with the figure, the pictures created in this late period of his life bear little superficial resemblance to his early paintings. Ironically, it is these paintings, created late in his life and after the heyday of the imperialist movement, that most obviously use the coloristic techniques of Impressionism. That's interesting. So after he was labeled Impressionist, later on in his life, after he's like even broke away from all that shit, is when he actually started to use Impressionistic kind of techniques and colors. Hilarious. For all the stylistic evolution, certain features of Degas' work remained the same throughout his life. He always painted indoors, referring to work in his studio, either from memory or using models. The figures remained his primary subject. His few landscapes were produced from memory or imagination. It was not unusual for him to repeat the subject many times, varying the composition or treatment. He was a deliberative artist whose work, as Andrew Forbes has written, were prepared, calculated, practiced, developed in stages. They were made up of parts. The adjustment of each part to the whole, their linear arrangement, was the occasion for infinite reflection and experiment. Kwanso, he said, didn't J.K. Rowling get accused of anti-Semitism for how she portrayed gnomes? Yeah, well, they were bankers, that's the thing, so, they're like gnomey bankers, how she portrayed them, she got attacked for anti-Semitism as well. Yeah. Reputation. During his life, public reception of Degas' work ranged from admiration to contempt. As a promising... Same, dude. Same. I feel you. As a promising artist in the conventional mode, and in the several years following 1860, Degas had a number of paintings accepted in the Salon. These works received praise from pierre-auguste and the critic, some other critic. Degas soon joined forces with the Impressionists, however, and rejected the rigid rules, judgments, and elitism of the Salon, just as the Salon and general public initially rejected the experimentalism of the Impressionists. Degas' work was controversial, but was generally admired for its draftsmanship. The suite of nudes Degas exhibited in the 8th Impressionist exhibition in 1886 produced the most concentrated body of critical writing on the artist during his lifetime. The overall reaction was positive and laudatory. His piece, Little Dancer of 14 Years, was probably his most controversial piece, with some critics decreeing that they thought its appalling ugliness, while others saw it in a blossoming. Recognized as an important artist by the end of his life, Degas is now considered one of the founders of Impressionism. Though his work crosses many stylistic boundaries, his involvement with the other major figures of Impressionism and their exhibitions, his dynamic paintings and sketches of everyday life and activities, and his bold color experiments serve him to finally tie him to the Impressionist movement as one of the greatest in its early artists. His paintings, pastel drawings, and sculpture, most of the latter were not intended for exhibition, were discovered only after his death, are on prominent display in many museums, and I'm going to get to that because that is one of my favorite things that I go to at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. There is a really famous sculpture of a ballerina there, and I'm going to show it to you. Although Degas had no formal pupils, he greatly influenced several important painters, most notably Jean-Louis Forain, Mary Cassatt, and Walter Sickert, and his greatest admirer may have been Henry de Toulouse. I don't know, whatever. So, yeah, speaking of, this is one of the greatest at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and let me tell you a little bit about it. It's actually really interesting. So it's a pretty decent size sculpture. It's kind of big. It's not like some little thing. It's a sculpture. It's big. But what is interesting about this is the mixed medium, because it's like one of the only sculptures that has fabric. Her tutu is like actual fabric, and there's a really interesting video on YouTube that you guys can check out about at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the people that work on these things, and you have to imagine the care that they have on this. But the skirt the tutu was really falling apart, and it was ripped and falling apart and deflated and all sorts of stuff, and they had someone redo the skirt, this tutu. And they even had like this aging process and making it the right color. Because, I mean, if you think about it, imagine just putting on a clean, new, pristine piece of cotton tutu. It's going to look oddly too white. It's going to look too new and whatever. So this was repaired and made to get refreshed and look like that. And it was handled by a professional. And there's like a whole video on it. And it's a really interesting piece if you're into that sort of thing. But yeah, the dancers, Degas dancers. Interesting. I wonder when he's going to get canceled. Didn't know all that anti-Semitism with him. Going to get canceled. What can you do? And now we have the last section. So we're wrapping it up here, guys. But we have Mary Cassatt. In the Salon of 1874, Degas admired a painting by a young Philadelphia artist, Mary Cassatt, 1844 to 1926, who had moved to Europe to study master works in France and Italy. Degas befriended Cassatt, who exhibited regularly with the Impressionists, but as a woman, she could not easily frequent the cafes with her male artist friends. She was also responsible for the care of her aging parents who had joined her in Paris. Because of these restrictions, Cassatt's subjects were principally women and children, whom she represented with a combination of objectivity and genuine sentiment. Works such as The Bath, this one over here. Let me bring it up for you guys. It shows the tender relationship between a mother and child. The visual solidity of the mother and child contrast with the flattened painting of the wallpaper and rug. Cassatt's style in this work owed much to the compositional devices of Degas and Japanese printmakers, but the painting's design has an originality and strength all to its own. Oh, well, that's all they had on her. Actually, that's not the last subject. We got Whistler real quick. That's about it. But before we do that, let me just see real quick. Just a little bit of some other stuff. Not gonna get too much into her, but I do find a little additional stuff interesting. She was born in a city that is now part of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Spent her early years with her family in France and Germany. From 1860 to 1862, she studied at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. By 1865, she had convinced her parents to let her study in Paris, where she took private lessons from leading academic painter Jean-Léon Gérôme, copied works of the old masters, and went sketching. She stayed in Corrance and, I don't know, other places, studying with people. In 1868, Cassatt's painting, The Mandolin Player, it's in a private collection, was accepted at the Paris Salon. Oh, good for her. The first time her work was represented there. After 3.5 years in France, the Franco-Prussian War interrupted Cassatt's studies, and she returned to Philadelphia in the late summer of 1870. Cassatt returned to Europe in 1871. She spent 8 months in Parma, Italy. In 1872, studying the paintings of Correggio and Parmigiano, working with the advice of Carlo Raimondi, head of the Department of Engraving at the Parma Academy. In 1873, she visited Spain, Belgium, Holland to study and copy the works of Velázquez, Rubens, and Hals. In June 1874, Cassatt settled in Paris, where she began to show regularly in the salons, and where her parents and sister Lydia joined her in 1877. That same year, Edgar Degas invited her to join the group of independent artists, later known as the Impressionists, the only American officially associated with the group. Cassatt exhibited in 4 of their 8 exhibitions, 1987, excuse me, 1879, oh my god, I'm so dyslexic, 1880, 1881, and 1886. Under their influence, Cassatt revised her technique, composition, and use of color and light, manifesting her admiration for the works of the French avant-garde, especially Degas and Monet. Degas, her chief mentor, provided criticism of her work, offering advice on technique and encouraged her experiments in printmaking. Like Degas, she was chiefly interested in figure compositions. During the late 1870s and early 1880s, the subjects of her works were her family, especially her sister Lydia. The theater and the opera. Love it. Love, love, love. Later, she made a specialty of the mother and child theme, which she treated with warmth and naturalness in paintings, pastels, and prints. Cassatt's role as advisor to art collector benefited many public and private collections in the United States. From her early days in Paris, she encouraged the collection of old masters and the French avant-garde. In 1901, I love the avant-garde. In 1901, she accompanied Mr. and Mrs. H.O. Havemeyer on a collecting trip in Italy and Spain. Cassatt had known Mrs. Havemeyer before her marriage. In 1873, she had encouraged the then 17-year-old Louise Elder to buy a pastel by Degas, and the two women became close friends. Cassatt was eventually instrumental in shaping the Havemeyer collection, most of which is now in the Metropolitan Museum. Cool. Failing eyesight severely curtailed Cassatt's work, just like Degas. After 1900, she gave up printmaking in 1901 and in 1904 stopped painting. She spent most of the war years in Grasse and died in 1926 at her country home at a chateau in I don't know how to say that. But anyway, that's interesting. So I think this is just a lot of her family members. Level. Ooh, I love that with the printmaking stuff. So interesting. Cool. This one's cool. Love the China. Oh, this one's really cool. This one looks like the Japanese art to me. Yeah, that looks like Japanese prints. Interesting that they had that inspiration, the Impressionists. I kind of see it now. I never noticed it, but I see it in this kind of style. And the compositions and the flatness of stuff. I mean, very feminine works. And this is the thing, like, very feminine. I mean, we're dealing with mothers and children. Like, love it. Young mothers sewing. It's great. Okay. Now we will get to the last section we have here, which is James Whistler. Another American expatriate, is that how you say it? Expat. Artist in Europe was James Abbott McNeill Whistler, 1838 to 1903, who spent time in Paris before settling finally in London. He met many of the French Impressionists, and his art is a unique combination of some of their concerns and his own. Whistler shared the Impressionist interest in the subject of contemporary life and the sensations color produces on the eye. To these influences, he added his own desire to create harmonies paralleling those achieved in music. Cool. To underscore his artistic intentions, Whistler began calling his paintings arrangements or nocturnes. Cool. Nocturne in Black and Gold, or The Falling Rocket, is a daring painting with gold flecks and splatters that represent the exploded fireworks punctuating the darkness of the night sky. So, let me bring that up to you. This one, which I now love. I never realized I liked it, but now I love it. So when I was working on a thumbnail, I always take, I don't know if you notice this, but I always take a piece of artwork that we're going to go over. It's in the period of whatever subject we're talking about. And then I always like blend it with some of my photography that is of myself, self-portrait, which I only do because it's my stream. Like, you know, I'm advertising Martina Markota stream. So I blend my face with some of the classical artwork to kind of make a unique piece of artwork. So I used this one because I love textures and colors for, how impressionist of me, for kind of blending some with the images so it's not too distracting. And I created this, which you can't see fully. There you go. And I really liked it. And I was like, you know what? It's kind of cool and weird. So this is some of my photography with the open shutter. So that's why there's like doubles of it. And I was like, wait a minute. Let me just like not do a thumbnail version. Let me just do like a proper version. And I just like decided to create some artworks with this Whistler painting. I really like them. And I'm just like, you know what? New piece of artwork. Cool. And you can see the little details of the splatters of the Whistler. So when we talk about Impressionism or modern art, I'm like, I don't know, I kind of like it. Oop. Here's another one. It's Whistler's painting kind of flipped around and zoomed in a bit, mixed with more of my open shutter photography. And again, I love textures and things about it. So I think it's kind of cool. I mean, look at it in the picture frame here. Cool. And then I have one more. Cool. Alright, let me know what you think. Well, let's get back to work. Okay. More interested in conveying the atmospheric effect than in providing details of the scene, Whistler emphasized creating a harmonious arrangement of shapes and colors on the rectangle of his canvas, an approach that appealed to many 20th century artists. Which is kind of how you get the weird splatters and textures and colors and shit of art, color paints. I like it. Like, I don't know. I like the weirdness of modern art. I do. Not saying contemporary is that great, but I like the modern. Wait, hold on. His works angered many 19th century viewers, however. Yeah, they anger some 21st century viewers as well. The British critic John Ruskin, 1819 to 1900, responded to this painting with a scathing review, accusing Whistler of flinging a pot of paint in the public's face. I mean, based, right? That is really funny. Flinging a pot of paint in the public's face. In reply, Whistler sued Ruskin for libel. Well, you can do that in England. Although Whistler won the case, his victory had sadly ironic consequences for him. The judge, showing where his and the public's sympathies lay, awarded the artist only one farthing? farthing, less than a penny, in damages and required him to pay all of the court costs, which ruined Whistler financially. Wow. Holy shit. Did we catch that? So basically, he is an American who went to London and he was into this impressionistic style stuff, produced this work. A critic and viewers hated it, and they said, and a critic accused it of flinging a pot of paint in the public's face, and Whistler was so pissed off about it that he sued him for libel, won. However, the judge, showing where his and the public's sympathies lay, awarded the artist with less than a penny in damages and required him to pay all the court costs, which ruined him financially. Holy shit. I know, Jay. I thought it said fartling. I was like, pay him one fartling. I'm like, what? Yeah, wild. Wild. So let's just check out a little bit more here. I mean, I love it. Look how great it looks in this frame. I think it's kind of cool. Call me a weirdo. James McNeill Whistler, 1834 to 1903. Let's learn a little bit about him. He participated in the artistic ferment of Paris and London in the late 19th century. Crafted a distinctive style from diverse sources and arrived at a version of post-impressionism in the mid-1860s. A time when most of his contemporaries in the avant-garde were still exploring realism and impressionism. Born in Lowell, Massachusetts, Whistler spent part of his youth in St. Petersburg, Russia. I've been there. It's a lovely, lovely city, where his father, a civil engineer, advised on the construction of the railroad to Moscow, and Whistler took drawing classes at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Upon his return home, Whistler entered the United States Military Academy at West Point. Ah, West Point, hey. He studied drawing with Robert W. Weir, but had less success in other subjects. His failure in chemistry led to his dismissal from the Academy in 1854. After working in the drawings division of the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey, where he received his first training in etching, Whistler, already fluent in French from his childhood years in Russia, decided to pursue a career as an artist by studying in Paris. Whistler arrived in the French capital late in 1855, at least a decade ahead of the great wave of his compatriots who would seek art instructions there. He enrolled in the École Impériale, I don't know, and in Charles Glaire's independent teaching atelier, where the beaux arts principles prevailed. So he was studying fine art, and where the future impressionists, including Claude Monet, pierre-auguste Renoir, would study a few years later. Then and thereafter, Whistler's artistic development would owe less to his formal lessons than to influences outside the academic world. He responded to paintings by Dutch and Spanish Baroque masters, especially Rembrandt, Vermeer, de Hooch, Gabriel Metsu, and Velázquez, and by contemporary French painters who admired the same traditions, notably Courbet, Henri Fantin-Latour, and Alphonse Legros. In 1858, Fantin-Latour, Legros, and Whistler proclaimed their allied interest by organizing themselves as the Société des Trois? Is it like a trio? Trios? Choice. Whistler also became friendly with Duran, Estruc, and Bracquemond, and was attracted to the innovative art of Manet, 2 years his senior, whom he met in the summer of 1861. The writings of Charles Baudelaire and Theodore, synonym for William Burger, which stressed the importance of harmonious picture surfaces and French painters' growing interest in Japanese aesthetics, cool, would also inform Whistler's style and philosophy of art. Whistler had established a connection with London in the late 1840s when he went to live for a year with his half-sister Deborah and her husband, the English physician and etcher Seymour Hayden. In May 1859, he decided to settle in London and to work at a distance from his avant-garde French colleagues, although he remained a conduit of ideas between them and his English artist friends. The latter included Dante Gabriel Rossetti, John Everett Milius, and other pre-Raphaelites, whose paintings influenced Whistler's and who shared his enthusiasm for Japanese prints and blue and white porcelain. Initially, Whistler merely included Asian costumes and accessories as props in his works, but by the late mid-1860s he adopted Japanese principles of composition and spatial organization. His landscapes of those years reveal that he had rejected his earlier commitment to transcribing nature in the manner of Courbet and was responding instead to formalist imperatives, including flat decorative surfaces, subtle tonal harmonies, and elusive rather than literal subjects. Taking a cue from a critic who had referred to his early portrait of his mistress, the white girl, racist, 1862, National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., as a symphony in white. He did a portrait of his mistress called The White Girl, and he referred to it as a symphony in white. Whistler began to envision and entitle his works with the abstract language of music, calling them symphonies, compositions, harmonies, nocturnes, arrangements, and so forth. Cool, I like that. During the late 1860s, Whistler struggled to create harmonious, multi-figured arrangements that would recapitulate his successful experiments with landscapes. By 1871, he had decided to pull back from that ambiguous initiative and to concentrate on single-figure subjects. His seminal canvas in this vein was Arrangement in Gray and Black No. 1, Portrait of the Artist's Mother. And it's at the museum in Paris, d'Orsay. In portraits that followed, including Harmony in Yellow and Gold, The Gold Girl, and arrangements in flesh color and black, Portrait of Theodore Duret, Whistler continued to emphasize strong silhouettes, elegant colors, and beautiful surface patterns, calibrate the placement of the figure in relation to the edges of the canvas, investigate delicate variations on one subtle subdued hue or a pair of neighboring or contrasting hues, and balance description of appearances with what he perceived to be pictorial necessities. Whistler invented a monogram signature, a stylized butterfly based on his initials. Cool. I kind of want to look up and see. Let's look at some of this. So he had like a butterfly signature. Let me check this out. I mean, that looks like the Loch Ness Monster. No, it's a guy on like a little raft boat thingy. I mean, this is pretty realistic for compared to the other one. This is the Arrangement in Black, No. 3, Sir Henry Irving as Philip II of Spain. I mean, wow. Cool. Into it. Harmony in Yellow and Gold. The Gold Girl. This is what we were just reading about. Cool. Cute. That's actually really cute. I love it. Isn't there like the famous Whistler's mother or something? Lady in Grey. I love it. I thought that was like a famous one. Is that like a different artist? Whistler's mother, like in the rocking chair. Isn't that like a famous one? I don't know. Okay. So let me see. So, a stylized butterfly based on his initials, and always placed it deliberately as a compositional element, not just a maker's mark. His devotion to overall harmony extended to interior decoration, furniture, and the design of frames, and even entire exhibitions. Love it. He became a central figure in the aesthetic movement. That's my movement, dude. Can we call like some sort of thing that like we're doing in contemporary times, like the aesthetic? Can we start an aesthetic movement, which was founded on the philosophy of art for art's sake and emphasized artistic principles, elevated taste, and creative eclecticism in the conception and production of furniture, metalwork, ceramics, glass, textiles, and wallpaper and other objects. He was also an influential printmaker. Whistler's innovative paintings and pronouncements invited controversy. He famously filed and won a libel suit in 1878 against the aging English art critic John Ruskin, who had accused him of flinging a pot of paint in the public's face when he showed an almost abstract city scene, Nocturne in Black and Gold. The Falling Rocket, in exhibition at London's Gallery in 1877. Whistler was instrumental in establishing a credo of modern art in 1885, a year before Seurat's emblematic post-impressionist canvas appeared in the French Impressionist Final Group exhibition and announced the end of naturalistic transition as an avant-garde goal. Whistler proclaimed his famous 10 o'clock lecture. Nature contains the elements in color and form of all pictures as the keyboard contains the notes of all music. But the artist is born to pick and choose and group with science these elements that the result may be beautiful as the musician gathers his notes and his forms, his chords, until he brings forth from chaos glorious harmony. To say the painter, that nature is to be taken as she is to say that the player, that he may sit on the piano. That nature is always right is an assertion artistically as untrue as it is one whose truth is universally taken for granted. Nature is very rarely right, to such an extent even that it might almost be said that nature is usually wrong, that it is to say the condition of things that shall bring about the perfection of harmony worthy a picture is rare and not common at all. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the realist thought that just like things the way that they are is like good and like just like that is what we want to depict, but I guess he was kind of like, nah man, you gotta create music out of this artwork. I dig. My truth. Yep, that's right. I'm still on this, like, I'm pretty certain, like, there's another famous painting of his that I'm not getting right now. Anyway. Alright, well, that's that. Good times. We really went through some of these guys, learned a lot. I don't know about you guys. Let me know. Oh, wait, let me just check if I missed anything here. Yeah, no, okay, we did it all. Good. Any super chats? Any last super chats I was looking for? If I didn't read or see, let me know. If you want to add any more, and you are into it, what we're doing here, you can do streamlabs.com/Martina Markota TV, and it really helps me out. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, next time we will do, I'm going to try to do a little bit more regularly. I'm trying. Post-Impressionism, so that should get exciting. Get a little weird with it. Got Van Gogh is coming up and all that stuff. So yeah, man. I'll be here if you want any other questions or chit chat for a second before I do. Don't leave right away, because I have this really fun little video towards the end that I'll play. Yeah, Jay, your mom has good taste in art for sure. Oh, thank you so much, Chris. Thanks for the $2. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. He says this has been pretty interesting, to be honest. Thank you. Yeah, it always is. You know, we do have a lot of fun in here, so it doesn't seem like something that people kind of want to jump in on. But when you're in here and you're hanging out with the group, we always learn a little something. It's fun. Let me just switch angles real quickly. And I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you could check it out. Oh my god. Hi, John Jones. Okay, you saw me doing some eyes wide shut thing, and he will not divide us. It's funny. Oh, thank you so much, Dark Grift Comics, for the $2. Have a great night, you all. Thank you. Nice to see you, man. Let's do something together soon. Dark Grift and I have some mutuals from back in my performing days, so it's kind of wild to see someone that knows that I'm like seriously connected to like some performing scene. It's not just all talk. It's wild. Interesting. Yeah, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing and all that. And you know what? I always have a consistent amount of like people that come into the streams, and I think it's really great because this little group of like 20-30 people that we get in here is super intelligent. It's really engaging. We all have a good time together. Sometimes some people have to leave, other people come back in. Thanks, George. Thank you. And but it would be beneficial for me personally if I could grow a little bit more. And I have a hard time because I've been doing this for years and I really don't grow that much. And I know that being consistent is something that helps, and that I should really get on that. That's my bad. I should really be more consistent with stuff. But I've got a lot of stuff going on in my private life, so whatever. But another thing that would really help me grow would be if you guys share. I mean, I think it helps the algorithm if you interact and engage with me more. I mean, not more, you guys do plenty in the chat, but you know, if you add likes and comments or whatever, I don't know how this works, whatever, you guys are smarter than me with that. But if you share on like Twitter, like, you know, we have a little thing happening in here, and I think it's really fun. You guys are awesome, and you know, if we can help it grow, I really don't know how else than other people spreading the word. Gotta get the masses involved. So yeah. Sounds good, Dark Grift. Yeah, let's do something. Thanks, George, for appreciating. Yeah. Chris says that he played some great nocturnes in the marimba back in college. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, probably because the masses aren't cultured enough to enjoy. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Most of the time masses like drama and like just other bullshit, dumb things. But we can get more people than 20-30 people in here. Like, I'm not expecting to be super popular and to have thousands of people in here or anything. But I think we can do a little bit more. So I think we can get this to grow. If I can do anything better, let me know. I'm not the best speaker. I'm kind of dyslexic, so I'm not the best reader out loud person. Orator, is that what you say? So yeah, I know that, but there's a lot of other people that have lisps and things, and they're YouTubers and do things, so whatever. I don't have any impediments. I'm just a bit retarded, that's all. But yeah. Thanks, Chris. Alright. Let's see. How long have we been on here? Quite some time. I can't figure it out. Whoa! Wow. Yeah, quite some time. Let's get out of here. I'll be in the chat with you guys, and here's another commercial to wrap this up with. I didn't get to play my friend's band, but we'll do it next time. Have fun, guys.
Sneak up to the attic if you wanted a cigarette. Smoke in front of a man? Heaven forbid.
You come a long way, baby, to get where you got to today.
Introducing new Virginia Slims, the slim cigarette for women only, tailored for the feminine hand. Slimmer than the fat cigarettes men smoke, with the kind of flavor women like. Mellow, mild Virginia flavor. New Virginia Slims in the slim purse pack.
You've got your own cigarette now, baby. You've come a long, long way.
In form, proportion, rhythm, and variety, the stylists leave their unmistakable marks on everyday conveniences in flowing lines and graceful shapes, which we as Americans may enjoy. Women and men alike are increasingly interested in the look of things. They eagerly give their attention to what's new and beautiful and advanced. Modern packaging does more than wrap and hold and conceal. Stunning in color, ingenious in design. It brings festivity to the marketplace, tempting, hinting, and revealing. Those who dream in design are always contributing to our ways of work. Working situations benefit from a new kind of layout, bright, open, and inviting. The modern designer creates beauty through simplicity, bringing to active business a look of casualness, a look of luxury. combining to create a new look to American efficiency.